Not about chess, since I know the quality is very low, but actually I'm not so nervous at the point.
No, I guess it's still about chess, and not the best thing to do, like to lose a supposedly winning position.
When you play a match, you need to have good nerves, to stay calm.
Most important skill is mental stability.
The psychology plays very, very strong role at a certain moment.
But being a fighter, I think, is extremely important because you're going to make mistakes, and I think being able to forgive yourself and continue fighting is the most important.
All right, guys, welcome to our 12th game coverage of the 2023 World Chess Championship. Most people consider this game 12 to be a very critical game in the match, as Ding has only 3 more games in which to make up his 1-point deficit. If Jan wins, he's not only going to be half a point away from the World Championship title, but he'll also have a live rating of over 2,800 for the first time in his life.
Yeah, which by the way will be very, very well deserved, in my opinion.
Ding went for something very not forcing. The Kali?
Kali system, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, you barely ever see that. Ding is doing his best to make this an interesting game. He chose a pretty offbeat line, the Kali opening. It transposed into a Carlsbad structure, and Nepo is definitely showing some good prep here because the decisions he has made in this game so far, Daniil, have been far from obvious, moving this bishop twice, kind of breaking the rules of the opening, and now even just like calmly castling into a situation where white can capture and give him doubled pawns in front of the king.
G4 plate, actually. I'm not sure what's going on.
Okay.
So, someone is probably wrong in his evaluation of the position.
White's position is actually quite dangerous here, which is very good for Nepo fans.
Yeah, bishop c2 was not ideal, as we suspected, and knight h4 is a great move indeed, and actually rook g6 that Jan just played is also a very good move. The position is much better for black. Basically, white is close to being lost objectively.
I think my mistake comes earlier as bishop c2. I should have played rook g1, I guess. Bishop h2 and then rook f1. Maybe that's an improvement over the game.
Jan played f4, by the way. Yeah, Jan is playing very well today.
Yeah, and it also kind of feels like he does feel at home in these double-edged positions, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there are a lot of things that are similar between this game and the second game, and unfortunately, that was Ding's worst game in the game in the match. You know. Jan, I think in that game he just seemed so comfortable with the initiative.
Yeah.
And in general, in this match he's been great with the initiative, and it feels like he kind of knows that his position is quite nice.
I mean, you look at your opponent too, right? And I mean, you have some hints. I mean, when you see bishop c2, clearly, I mean, if you are Jan, it looks weird. I mean, sometimes bishop c2 will be a great move, but it will always feel to you that the move was weird. And it's like a confidence booster.
I have to say, if he loses, it's not going to be the most, it's going to be rather anticlimactic. Yeah. A very anticlimactic scenario for the match. For the fans, we have to say that, guys. Things are not looking too good. But if you are Nepo's fans, there's a lot to be happy about here.
Yeah.
So he's playing great. I mean, basically, he can win with the black pieces today.
Yeah. I mean, it's not yet funeral. I mean, it's not that bad. I mean, it probably is very bad for white objectively.
Yeah.
But from the practical point of view, I mean, it's not that clear at all.
It looks like there is some drama happening on the board, Daniil.
Yeah, so we were just told black went from being
-4, so completely winning, to +2.5 in a few moves. Okay.
Yeah.
How did the game change so quickly in just a few moves? I don't know, the things that started to happen after b4, maybe that was the beginning of how things got a bit out of control and made this this, letting the queen into c6. Okay, but now let's figure out how is it winning for
Yeah,
white?
yeah. I mean, exactly. It's not that simple, as we know. But I told you, yeah. I mean, when you play yourself, it's like seriously. Yeah. I mean,
It's a different experience.
Well, I didn't understand his choice b4 and then didn't follow by knight f3. That gave me very easier play, and my queen had developed to a very good square. I realized I was maybe already better at that point.
Bishop takes g6. Okay, so we guessed that one.
yeah.
And after h takes, wow, this is hard.
Ah, so it's d5, yeah.
Wow, yeah. I guess you're going for that square. Wait, so let's try to understand this. You're like, this is not even a threat because you're gonna take and open up a discovery,
Yeah.
and this
But
is
it's
the only.
so much to. I mean,
Wow.
like you're closing the diagonal. You're allowing knight f3.
That's hard. I mean, he has to be like a machine to see all of this stuff.
Well, he's pretty good.
Yeah, he is playing really, really quickly
Yeah.
now. Bishop e4, okay. So
Also
that,
possible.
Yeah, possible, but looks a little strange, right?
Yeah.
It looks a little passive. Like somehow both of these rooks look so weird to me.
Yeah, but Ding is somehow going crazy, no? I mean, he's about to blitz the move, is my feeling.
You're getting a
Yeah,
tempo.
he
You're
takes.
getting a tempo on the rook.
He takes.
What is going on here?
He takes. Yeah.
This
alright.
feels very strange, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like just rook f8, giving up that pawn with tempo, and I just wonder what is going on in Jan's mind right now. I mean, like look at it. Like a few moves ago, Ding clearly knew he was in trouble. Like now he knows that he's gotten his chance, some kind of chance in this game.
Yeah.
It's very clear from the body language. It's another move that surprised Nepo.
Well, clearly.
I mean, I don't know. It seems like almost
Clearly.
every move surprises him because at least that's what his facial expressions say.
Yeah.
Okay, Vichy says, so once again, the Jan curse. He was playing quickly and well, and suddenly the opposite, and suddenly quickly and badly.
Like, it's not that the problems he had against Magnus were not there. I mean, again, like, he was nervous, like, in this game, let's say, he's now completely losing. Sometimes when people, when someone...
He
What?
went
F5?
really crazy here with f5.
No, come on, give me a break. This-
No, he just threw that pawn there, and I'm pretty sure the engine bar doesn't love that move because it went way up.
I mean, I don't love that move either. This is
Is
again...
there, wait, 1 second, hold on, is there like, what is there, like d5 or?
No, I think it's just rook takes c6 resigns, no?
Okay guys,
Was
this
there
is
a
getting
track?
really exciting. We got 5 more moves until the time control. You definitely don't want to miss this part.
Okay.
So Jan, yeah, he really lashed out with that pawn move.
No, but there had to be... Nah, he's cursing now.
Oh man, did he blunder this?
Yeah, I mean, he threw the pen, yeah?
Really?
Yeah, he's cursing now in Russian.
Oh,
Sorry for
no.
sharing this to you guys, but like half the country knows that, so I don't think you should be missing that fact.
Oh man, he is looking at the board with some concern.
Yeah.
This will be just
Yeah,
a
but-
crazy game. You know, like the whole
Yeah,
game is
look,
absolutely insane.
look at this, look at the knock.
He played this move like, I don't know, he just played it so confidently.
I mean, this is very much the story of his life. He's like one of the most talented players out there. Like to me, for instance, I mean, I saw things. To me, in terms of talent, it's basically Magnus, him, and Ali Reza is a thing.
Oh my god, he's like the same color as his shirt right now.
Same league, yeah, exactly. And then, I mean, like again, if not for this kind of games, he would, you know, he would be even better.
Yeah, he looks really
I mean, again,
devastated.
he was like close to winning, playing perfectly, right? This
He
is
was
the
playing so well, and it went downhill in a couple of moves. Vichy says, and Nepo's fallen apart, pure nerves. I mean, yeah, this is on display for the whole world to see something so, you know, something so large at stake. you know, your world championship dreams. Like, it could have been wrapped up in this game.
Yeah.
And that's why it looks so dramatic, guys. Oh, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I must say this is, like, it's not only that he's probably going to lose this game, but, like, honestly, this is probably the worst way to lose the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A game where you're, like, clearly better and you were already in the mindset that you were, like, trying to win.
Yeah.
And then it just goes downhill so fast. Okay.
Yeah, and Jan resigns after
Yes.
d6. Alright.
It's not about chess, since yeah, I know the quality is very low, but actually I'm not so nervous at the point. I have to tell myself that it's quite important. I have to focus on. I didn't feel any kinds of emotional at that point.
No, I guess it's still about chess, and yeah, not the best thing to do, like to lose supposedly winning position. I guess after c4, like something like rook c8, provoking c5 will be like very, very clean, and then basically white has no counterplay, so it's pretty much, in my opinion, pretty much over since cd5 doesn't work. Yeah, but I somehow decided to go for some forcing lines and met the consequences. So yeah, I think it's pretty much chess, but yeah, at some point, of course, it was a big mess. But yeah, once I found out that, okay, this, I mean, I'm not sure, after bishop e4, so strangely, I didn't see like any ideas for me anymore. Yeah, so perhaps, okay, what I did was reasonable, but yeah, clearly it was an important moment. So yeah, but happens.
At one point, I feel it's total silence in the playing hall, and I didn't feel anybody watching the games. It seems the playing field, well, it seems to be the very important game, but I didn't feel it at all. I have to tell myself that it's quite important. I have to focus on. I didn't feel any kinds of emotional at that point.
As the world holds its breath, two unstoppable minds prepare for immortality. One from the land of the dragon, the other from the land of the bear. Together, they will write history. The patient and precise Ding, carefully calculating every move to gain a strategic advantage, facing the aggressive Nepomniachtchi, who is always looking to take risks and never afraid to make bold moves to pressure his opponents. Their eyes might be fixed on the board, but their minds will be focused on victory. These two titans of the chessboard have fought their way through the ranks, demonstrating skill, strategy, and a fierce competitive spirit. Now they will go head to head and fight for the ultimate title, the FIDE World Championship crown. Where champions come and go, chess endures.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our coverage of the 13th game of the 2023 World Chess Championship between Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi. We are so close to finishing up this match. There's just 2 games left, Daniil, and the score is tied at 6-6. Yesterday, we saw a roller coaster of a game with Ding being able to win a position that was looking very, very bad for him. And you know, the chess world, I think, was frankly shocked at the events unfolding on the board, with Jan's position collapsing in quick order. So maybe we can take a look at that game, Daniil, and I know you analyzed it And there were, I think the interesting part about that game was that although there were a lot of mistakes according to the computer, some of those mistakes were very hidden and certainly not obvious to the human eye, while others were, let's say, easier to pick up on.
Yeah, exactly. So the first strange moment was bishop d7. Bishop d7, I actually still failed to explain in a reasonable way, although I'm in general looking for explanations, not for the reasons to blame people. But here indeed after knight e5, it's not clear what he could have mixed up. I think Giri came up with some strange position where he says
Queen c2.
Yeah, bishop d7 is one of the best,
yes,
the best moves according to the engine.
That's actually what Fabi was saying in his podcast. He did give this line with bishop d7, bishop d3, and rook c8.
Yeah.
With the threat of knight b4.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, that's the justification for this move. But obviously, Jan confused things because there was no queen on c2.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, bishop d7 happened for some reason, and then knight e5 was a better move, but Ding played bishop d3, which is kind of normal. Knight c6, castles.
Daniil, so basically in this early part of the game, it looked like Ding really missed a number of chances to play more interestingly, right? His moves were a little too standard, and he wasn't really able to take advantage of black's inaccuracies.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, bishop d3 followed by castling followed by rook e1 is not something you can criticize hardly normally, right? But indeed, after bishop g4, queen e1 was a very interesting move, followed by knight e5, queen a4 was interesting, and even b4, b4 is my favorite actually, and then after e6 you go b5, knight a5, queen a4.
Okay, can I ask you, Daniil?
Yeah.
Can I ask you, because this is one of the strangest moves I've ever seen. How is someone supposed to even think of this move over the board? Is this only something that comes to your mind with a computer engine, or how is any normally educated chess player supposed to think of this when this goes completely against the grain of this kind of pawn structure?
Well, I think what you're saying is quite old-fashioned sort of kind of thinking. As in the Carlsbad, people learned quite a long time ago that actually playing b7, b5 with colors reversed is very often a decent idea. I mean, especially when white, and in our case black, is going for the plans with e6 followed by f6, then quite often you'd go b4, b5. Yeah, also here, given the fact that black basically is what I think 2 tempos down compared to the normal line, it's kind of reasonable that white could try something very energetic. And let's say here exactly after b4, e6, b5, it's a concrete problem after knight a5. For instance, there is queen a4, and you don't want to take on c3. And
oh, so Jan has arrived at the board.
Yeah, actually earlier than usual, right?
Yes, so there's still 11 minutes before the game. And it was kind of an interesting question. I know this is probably not your favorite topic, Daniil, but the topic of what color shirt he was going to wear to the round is something that some people were interested in. And I have to say my intuition was that he was not going to go with the pink shirt after yesterday's game. And in fact, he did arrive wearing a standard white shirt today.
Yeah, could be.
Okay, now you can go on with interesting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you people must be living interesting life, but I'm just very bad with colors normally. I mean, I can see the difference between blue and black, but...
so what color am I wearing today? What color is my jacket?
I'll answer that later.
See, you can't, see, I'm not sure you can tell the difference between blue and black.
Oh, seriously, let's go with white. Is it white?
Okay, yeah, okay. That's right.
So e6, yeah, rook e1 was not that accurate after all. So e6, knight f1, bishop d6, bishop g5 is at least a logical follow-up to all the things he was doing. Castles, takes. Again, knight g3 is reasonable. f5, h3, takes, knight e7. So this was all good. Knight h5, king h8, g4, rook g8, king h1. So the position became really sharp, but they both played well kind of up to this point. So knight g6 is a good move. Now Ding played bishop c2, and exactly as we thought, he actually mentioned at the press conference that he thought rook g1 is a move, but he didn't like bishop h2. And then he clearly missed this rook g3. But rook g3, once again, it's interesting, but I mean, objectively, after knight e7, white is okay, but it's not that white can be really ambitious here. So I mean, in fact, his compensation is enough for equality, but not more than that. Like it's not some checkmating attack or anything. Let's say after g takes e5. First of all, there is e5. Secondly, I mean, even if we take and go queen e7, I mean, if you look at it, you kind of realize there's basically no way for black to get mated. And yes, maybe white is okay, but certainly not more than that. So Ding played bishop c2, just looking for the ways to like keep the game going. Knight h4, queen e3, rook g6. Now black is objectively much better. Rook g1, f4, queen d3, queen e7. Jan actually played very well in this part. Rook a to e1, queen g5 is another important move, as white kind of wants to play g4, g5 himself. Let's say after rook a to g8, g5 is a good move and white is actually okay. So he went queen g5, c4.
Yeah, so this is the part of the game where we realized that black was getting a significant advantage, and basically c4 was just about kind of destabilizing the position and looking for some kind of counterplay when it was just completely not obvious what to do anymore.
Yeah, exactly. You have to do something, right? c4 objectively, I mean, objectively I think loses the game, but you cannot just sit and wait. So basically, like if white will wait, the plan for black is just to bring the rook to g8, then I mean another rook goes to h6, and then he plays f5, and then basically there is no stopping f takes g4 normally, and yeah, white cannot sit and wait like there is no tomorrow. So c4 is desperate attempt to create some counterplay. D takes c4. Now queen takes, runs into knight f3. So Ding played queen c3, which is kind of nice. I mean, we're at least preparing this discover check. b5 is good. a4. Yeah, one of the important lines here was that after, let's say, d5, e5 takes, this funny idea with knight g3, fg, fg.
And b4.
Yeah,
move,
I mean,
right?
it looks like the knight is trapped, but there's actually b4. And if queen goes, then there is knight f3. And if white takes, then black will just promote a few moves later. So after a4, Jan played b4, which I think is strange. Like after a6, a6 is the second really strange moment.
Yeah.
In my opinion, as once again, I'm normally looking for explanations, but here exactly, I don't know what was wrong and what he could have disliked.
Yeah, I think not only you, right, but like Fabiano was also quite surprised by this, because he was like, look, this is a6 is not like a difficult move, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
No, I guess his long-term concern could be that like d5 check, let's say e5, and then white plays rook a1.
Yeah.
And then he could have thought that basically he's not going to like checkmate at the king side, and then some rook h7 will come, and you know there is some counterplay. But the problem for white is that whenever this rook leaves the first rank, there is queen takes h5. So
that's a nice tactic.
Yeah, so you cannot even do that, in fact. Which means white basically has zero counterplay here and is lost. b4 is objectively a very good move too, but then after queen takes c4, the only winning line was, what was it, knight f3, which black had to calculate precisely. So queen c6, knight takes c1, takes, rook g8, queen e4. This is a very, very forcing line, actually. Takes, queen h4 is very important, otherwise white is okay. Queen d3, f5 is important.
Yeah, I gotta say, so hold on, like this very critical moment, right? This was one of those things where the engines are like screaming, right, that this is a great move, right?
Yeah.
But for a human being, right, so you start calculating that you're running into this double attack. Then you got to figure out, okay, like which rook am I taking? Then you lose this one with check. Okay, this is forcing. And then it's like at some point, like you also have to stop your calculation somewhere. Like when you look at this position, is it like, okay, I mean, I guess if you're black, you can look at a lot of moves, right? There's checks you need to look at. I mean, like even that check, like, right? Like, I mean, it's not like queen h4 is, okay, yeah, sure, it's natural, but, you know, you might, you know, end your calculations at some point, not really realizing, you know, that you can keep going, and especially f5. Like, I just feel like it's so understandable that black did not realize like that this was the line, and it goes even further than this.
Yeah, so basically the only reason why black is winning here is that actually in this line, which he has to try, I mean, otherwise white is just okay. So in this line, black has b4, b3 in the very end, and then there is no stopping bishop a3, followed by bishop takes b2 or queening.
So Daniil, like, is a top player actually like supposed to see this? Like, give me like, you know, your evaluation of like how realistic it is for somebody to be calculating this in a game.
No, I think it is real. Like, it's not that it's like out of this world completely for the top player, but you clearly need to have a very good day. And the problem is that basically when you have this day, you are way more likely to play a6 instead of b4 than to go b4 and show like how.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why go for the simple stuff? Why make your life so difficult?
Yeah.
So we have about a minute before Ketty comes. So let's go a little bit faster.
Sure. Anyway, the rest of Jan's chances were more tricky, and they were all connected to this idea of playing knight h4 to f5, which is quite a difficult move to play.
Yeah, it's
in
tricky.
My opinion, which he missed. And then, yeah, I guess.
And from here, he really started playing like kind of strange moves, right? Like rook f8, very
well,
passive.
I mean, rook f8 is protecting. I mean, once again, so here like his options were like either playing f3, followed by exactly knight g2 and giving up the pawn on f3, which you don't want to give up, but here black is actually okay. Or playing bishop d6 with the idea of doing this, followed by rook f8, which is also quite an insane thing to play. And then after he played rook f8, he was actually worse, and this position was the last critical point where like white is clearly better already, but yeah, Jan played f5, bounding rook takes e6, followed by d5 check, followed by queen g7, which cost him again a game. So yeah, I guess we're just in time actually to head it over to Ketty, or we're very close to.
Yeah, we're close to that time.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we should just talk a little bit about what kind of state we think Nepo is going to be in today. Is he going to be capable of playing for the win? But we will actually get to that right after Ketty does her announcement and we get the game started.
Match between Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren. Today we have 13th round and the current score is 6-6. We have an honor to have with us today Mr. Janis Kasimberg, the Hakim of Astana, who will make the first move. Thank you very much. And we have 1 minute before the start of this round. I would like to ask the chief arbiter to take over from here. Thank you.
And we got e5.
Yeah. So what is it going to be? What do you think?
Is it going to be a Spanish? Okay, yeah, his bishop went out quite far, so it's a Spanish. Is it going to be a6 or the Berlin? I think a6. I'm just going to guess a6. He's going to go for the move that he seems the most comfortable with.
Could be.
But now he's thinking, which is interesting.
I guess if you're in Jan's shoes, you really don't want to be surprised in the opening.
today.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, given how shaky his state must be, I think facing something like whatever, f5, d6, knight g2, e7 could be annoying. Yeah, he plays a6. Okay.
All right, no surprises yet. Bishop a4. And how many times have they had this position in the match so far? It's like 1, 2, 3. 3 times so far in the match.
And bishop
or maybe
e7.
Twice, yeah.
Bishop e7.
Because one of those was a Berlin.
I must say, from the psychological point of view, I don't like this from Ding at all.
You think he should have been doing a little more to destabilize Nepo?
Yeah, this guy is basically, I mean, clearly in a shaky state. And I mean, the only way you can make him happy is to like play exactly what he was looking at, you know, in the morning. And yeah, it seems to be exactly.
So this is following their 11th round game, except nope, instead of going a3 like he did in the 11th round, he goes for c3, which I believe he did in game number 5, and he played hc3.
Yeah.
That was one of the games that Nepo won in this match.
Yeah.
And it's actually the exact same game, so it's h3. Yeah, that was an interesting game. Remember, we had lots of discussions about this bishop in that game.
Yeah.
And Ding played the bishop to b7 at that point. It's funny because when I was like looking at this position, I kept wanting to understand why this move was just not played, because okay, I think he probably goes for bishop b7. Yeah, all right. So still on the same tracks of that game.
Yeah, let's actually let them slow down and then discuss it all. But long story short, the problem with bishop e6, I guess, is bishop takes e6. And this structure people kind of dislike, even with the b pawn being on b7. And they say having b7, b5 played actually hurts black too. Something like a4 becomes available. And
yeah, it's not intuitively obvious, right? Because this file is kind of open for the rook. But basically, I guess it's just not very dangerous, these plans, right? To bring the knight here. Yeah,
I mean, as long as you don't skip moves as white, you'll be okay normally. I mean, something like just re-king g2 can work.
And this is how you kind of generally develop the pieces, right? And do you play for, do you play for d4 at any point or not?
Yeah, I guess so, but I think first you stabilize. I think one of the key ideas is actually to bring, I know it looks strange a little, but one of the ideas is to bring the knight from b1 to h2. Like playing rook e1, followed by knight b to d2, followed by knight f1, followed by knight h2. And then you can actually play g3. Then you make sure...
So you say that again, Daniil?
Yeah, so let's say you play rook e1 here.
Yes.
Black plays, something like queen d7.
Queen e8 or something.
Yeah, whatever. Knight b to d2. Let's say you go h6.
Yes.
Knight f1. Just play some random move. Don't bite me. Yeah, okay. So knight f1 to h2. And then I can play g3, king g2, and I kind of make sure nothing bad can happen over the f-file. And then slowly but surely I'll start thinking about my own ideas.
Interesting.
Yeah, d4 is one of them, maybe a4 given the fact that you have this pawn on b5.
Yeah. Yeah, I find that really interesting because not, let's say, having analyzed these positions, like that was like a very big question to me is like, why is this move just not being played,
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely not the way this position is handled by black. So Ding plays the bishop again to b7, and Nepo answered with bishop e3, which is actually a deviation. Sorry, a deviation from their 5th round game where he played a4 in this position. So he goes bishop e3, and all right, Daniil. So how significant of a deviation do you think this is?
It shouldn't be crushing, right? And it kind of makes sense. I think it's more important that Ding just started thinking, which once again means the opening went Nepo's way in this Ruy Lopez. And once again, I guess, in terms of the match strategy, it was quite a weird decision from Ding to allow Jan entering his comfort zone and once again we have this Rui Lopez, and once again Jan is the first to play something new.
Yeah, I don't have any recent games in my database with this move bishop e3, and it looks like it's a new move on the 2100 plus level, which basically means at the elite level, or I mean even at a master level, it just hasn't been seen before.
Yeah.
First time it's ever been played was in 1977 between two not well-known players. Yeah, so basically you've seen this only in amateur games, like a dozen times or so.
Ding played his move quickly though. He goes knight a5, bishop c2, c5.
Okay, that's a plan that he likes.
Yeah.
And Jan is going knight e2. Jan seems a little, I don't know, I guess from his demeanor, he seems a little bit, I would use the word subdued today. There's just that's my feeling about it. Like a little calm, but you know, but a little beyond that. What do you think?
Yeah, probably. But once again, this is like by far the best scenario for him to get exactly the position you wanted to get, to get exactly the kind of a game that kind of brought you some of the wins in this match. And Ding was normally outplayed on this Rui Lopez pretty much every single time. And yeah, I don't know what the strategy was for Jan, saying what would happen in some like Sicilian or the French again, for instance. But yeah, let's say if I'm Ding's team, I'm kind of insisting on not repeating the Rui Lopez with a6. So yeah.
If you were in Ding's team, would you advise to fly in some Rui Lopez expert on the next flight in to guide Ding for the rest of the match in this opening that he's struggling in?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, first of all,
because last-minute flights are very expensive.
Yeah. Also, you have engines. Like the experts can be good, but they are normally worse than engines, and the engines don't need to fly anywhere.
Yeah.
They're like traveling with you.
Yeah. Although, yeah, you said you spent thousands of dollars on your engines.
Yeah, that is true.
Which is, yeah, interesting. We can talk about that later. So, yeah, basically, I mean, there's no necessity to fly in somebody. Someone can just sort of turn on their cloud.
I mean, also some chemistry could be broken, right, by some like random guy coming. He could be a brilliant guy, but still, you know, people had some kind of a routine, and then someone comes and says, "Okay, now I'll teach you people how to play this opening," and you know, listen to me. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying that if they had alternatives, which I think they had actually, given the fact, I think Ding played the French with an even score even, which is quite a sign of confidence to me. Like, whatever you play with an even score, you basically consider to be very decent.
Interesting.
He didn't need to gamble, like he was not on -1 back then. And I mean, as black, he did not really need to like get a sharp game. And still he played the French. So we know he had alternatives. I mean, given that, I'm a little bit surprised by this like stubborn
insistence.
Yeah, on like playing the Rui Lopez and like equalizing once out of 5 or something.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, I guess I can only look for an explanation in the fact that, you know, Fabiano said that it takes a lot of nervous energy to, I don't know, go to other things and change up whatever you've invested the most time in. So, I mean, I get that it's certainly it would be a radical departure to suddenly start going to other openings, but yeah, and of course it's a bit of a gamble, right?
Yeah, but let's say the French, they obviously had prepared. Like, it's not that Ding would have had to like learn the French within one night. He played it before. I mean, it had to be prepared. It was probably plan B, but I mean, it was not completely out of the blue for him, right? I mean, he must have looked at these positions.
Well, maybe he's looking to make one more draw in the Rui Lopez and then just get white tomorrow and, you know, see what other rare opening system he can seek to get a game in.
Yeah, but he's normally failing to like make these short, comfortable draws, right?
Yes. And you know, it does make me think back to the 11th game when Nepo had white and he decided to liquidate with d takes c4, and you know, there was the specter that like, hey, maybe that decision could come back to bite him. And I know it's all results oriented. Only knowing, you know, the result of game 12, you look back at that moment and you're like, maybe you should have tried a little harder with the white pieces when you did have that chance. So that's one thing that sort of I kind of look back on and think, okay, maybe Nepo could have done differently as well.
Yes, they're exactly, well, I could not agree more, and I don't think it's result-oriented, actually. Like, taking this draw with d takes c4 is basically just leaving some equity at the table. And, I mean, there's basically no way to lose it. Also, it's funny that, like, looking at the match, I mean, I understand there are many factors and, like, all that stuff, but I can actually give you, like, much more simple picture that seems to kind of work. So it's actually very simple. So whenever Jan is on the white side of the Ruy Lopez, Ding is in trouble. Whenever Ding gets this carable structure, Jan is in trouble. I mean, the games were different. Ding was lost yesterday, for instance, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's Carlsbad again, and he won. Same with Ruy Lopez, for instance, right? It's not that Ding was kind of badly prepared in every single game. And sometimes Nepo was playing very well. Sometimes he was just playing reasonably. But I think Ding was in trouble in all of the games, actually, in the Ruy Lopez.
Yeah.
Like, literally all of the games.
That's right. I mean, I think the only position where he got, like, a decent opening as black, or at least a decent middle game, was the French.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about the position in front of us. So Ding is in for his first, like, real think in this game. Now, would it be fair to say, Daniil, that, like, white is interested in playing this move?
Yeah, absolutely. I guess this is kind of the only way to justify this setup with the bishop on e3. Like, if you switch for playing rook e1 followed by knight f1 and knight g3, then you don't need the bishops there at all normally. It will also sometimes in white d6, d5, and the rook on e1 will not be attacking the pawn on e5. So normally playing bishop e3 means white is trying to get d3, d4 quickly.
Okay, so what is black supposed to do with this knight? Like, is the knight just supposed to come back now? Or no, we got an answer from Ding. He played rook e8. So what does that move tell us, actually?
Well, it's just a reasonable move.
And a4 by Nepo played very quickly.
Okay.
So, well, I don't know. This isn't really a threat, or is it? I mean, are we going for some sort of, probably not yet, these kinds of ideas of going b4 at some point?
Maybe not yet.
So what are we trying to do with this move?
Well, I think it's a useful move. One of the explanations is that in many lines where white will play d4 and black will take twice, let's say, I don't know, we go like h6, and I don't know, let's say we go here, takes, black will quite often play bishop f8 and start attacking the e4 pawn, and then he will try to either take it or play d6, d5 and trade it. And one of the problems for black is this pawn on b5 could become weak. This is why you go e4. Like, let's say here in this exact line, this pawn on b5 is hanging. And it becomes a little bit uncomfortable. Like, you probably play something like knight c6. But then, like, even here after, let's say, takes b5, takes, and takes, well, this pawn is a bit weak. Some bishop d3 followed by queen b3 could be an idea. And yeah, e4 is normal.
Okay, so what do we expect black to do? For example, I guess one thing that comes to mind, right, is b4. Well, he played he didn't play anything yet. No. Okay, here we go. b4.
Yeah, b4 is, the way I see it, something you prefer not to do normally. White will, I guess, normally take on b4 and play d4 himself. And
the knight's not like doing much here.
Yeah. Also, if you are going to take on d4 eventually, which you normally do, I think, then as black you would normally be looking for the liquidation of the queenside pawns. And given that, like this inclusion of a4, b4 is not what you want to see.
I see. Okay, so basically this subtle little pawn move, you're just trying to provoke some weaknesses on black's queen side and kind of open up your rook.
Yeah.
Is that how you would put it?
Yeah, I also think basically there was some reason not to play d4 immediately, so a4 is a useful move. Like, I don't think it creates a threat necessarily.
Yeah.
I guess after a4 you can play like any reasonable move you want. Like h6 was not a joke, and it was not a pass. I think it's a decent move.
So basically you're saying, but also if you want to pass, I mean, can you pass with bishop f8?
Yeah, I was not sure about bishop g5.
g5, yeah. We know that Nepo loves to play that move again, especially against Ding.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I see why you wanted to throw in h6. So h6, and then white can go back to these like d4 ideas.
Yeah, for instance. Well, bishop f8, bishop g5, in terms of logic, it should not be that dangerous, right?
Yes. And by the way, in this position, so basically the idea is, I don't know, like the idea is you want to get the pawn here, right?
I would guess so, yeah.
Right, and then you start like playing against the bishop and the knight.
Yeah, and also white has more space. And I think the current evolution of these positions is that like white is a bit better even when black has his pieces like being arranged very good way. Just because of the space.
So what were you saying about this position?
Well, I was basically saying that if we trade on d4, then the pawn on b5 is hanging. Not much. Well, I don't know. I guess knight c6 is reasonable here.
Okay, so let's take a look at rook e8, right? Because, sorry, bishop f8.
Yeah.
Because at least we're trying to stop white from playing d4.
Yeah, also given the way Ding plays, it's quite likely, right?
Yeah. It fits well with the move rook e8. So, well, you're saying that bishop g5 is, by logic, not very dangerous.
Well, I think compared to the positions they had in previous games, I think it has to be like much better version for black. Which does not necessarily mean Jan is not going to play it. As once again, it's more about the general direction of the game than the objective evaluation, kind of. But just in terms of logic, I guess here we go h6 takes. Compared to the previous games, it has to be okay for black. White knight is way further from the d5 square. Also, I guess in the previous games, the bishop on c2 was like on a2 compared to this position, which helped white to create some attacks. I mean, some. Yeah,
this knight is like still not very active. Yeah, it still takes a lot of moves to get it like somewhere better.
Yeah, I guess compared to the previous games, like in the previous games, white would have his bishop on a2 in this position and the knight on a3. And then he had this clear plan of playing knight a3 to c2 to e3 and bringing it to d5 eventually, which is a dream.
So yeah, you had the bishop here, the knight was there.
Yeah.
And then you had these ideas like this.
Yeah. And here exactly, I don't even know.
All right, we got a move from Ding, and I believe it is this h6 move.
It is, yeah.
Yes, okay. So h6 not allowing d4. Okay. Well, I think it's very likely that white will go for this. This has to be like the main point of this position, right?
Well, probably. Just in terms of logic, at the same time, there had to be a reason for white not to play d4 instead of a4, right?
Right.
I mean, I understand now white has like a better version with his pawn on b5 hanging a little. Yeah, I kind of like h6. I mean, especially when it's a high-stakes game. I mean, we all know that h6 is never too bad.
All right, well, let's say d4. Let's go for this because I don't really see anything that critical that white can do other than this plan. So and then I know if I don't do it, like eventually you'll go bishop f8 and it'll be just harder for me to play it. So let's go here.
Yeah. Well, as black, I normally play it the stupid way. I just take. I normally take twice. I prefer not to allow d5 as a,
So basically in this position, you don't consider this like an option. I mean, you don't think it's going to work. Like even if you get your knight here, it's still going to be problematic. Let's just take a quick look.
Yeah, let's say d5, knight b4.
Yeah.
some move, I don't know, bishop b3.
Bishop b3, okay. So basically, the problem in this position is black's, well, black's bishops are one of the problems.
Yeah.
Just quite poor, although the knight on b4 looks not bad for now.
Oh, unless it will be attacked, then it will become a problem.
Yes. So how do I play this? I mean, you would just think that this is just better for white, right?
I think it has to be, but you probably go knight d7, knight c5. I don't know.
Okay, that's a nice plan. We like that.
But just in terms of ideas as black, I prefer to avoid this kind of position, as I normally fail to kind of evaluate. Like evaluate it properly when it's much better for white and when it's not. Let's say here maybe white will even play a4, a5. And this knight on b4 will basically never go anywhere.
Oh. Okay, yeah, I know this rule. You want me to share one of the chess rules that I know, Daniil?
Yes.
Okay, we've done some of that during this commentary, but it's 2 pawns on the 5th rank, represent like a big space advantage. So that's quite dangerous to allow your opponent 2 pawns.
Is it,
on the 5th rank, yes.
So exactly 2.
2, exactly 2, and exactly on the 5th rank. And you can actually see these pawns are wonderful. Okay. I mean, like, look at the effect they're having on these pieces, and this knight can't even, like I was thinking, okay, yeah, I can get the knight out, kind of, and then get it trapped on c5 or something.
Yeah, with b4 or something.
I mean, yeah, it's like, the space advantage is pretty huge. One day white will go b4 when this knight arrives here.
Yeah.
So, yes, I get it. So we don't really want to allow the pawn in, so how do you want to play this position?
I guess I take on d4.
Okay, so you're going to make a capture, and now we take with the knight, right?
Yeah, probably.
Makes sense.
Well, and now I start to like look for some
counterplay.
I was about to say direct draw.
Okay.
Which is pretty much.
This sounds like how we play hands and brain. I'm like, you say a piece and I move the opposite.
Yeah.
And everything that you're thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Well, the problem, like, of these positions for white is that, I mean, they're pleasant, of course, but black is normally in time to trade most of the stuff. So my options are, I guess, bishop f8 and knight c6. Let's say bishop f8 kind of allows me to trade quite a lot, but I think I'll be left with this bad knight on a5. I think you pretty much have to take on b5 twice.
Really, I gotta do that, huh? There's just nothing else. Like queen f3 looks very ugly.
Yeah, some knight c4 will come or something.
So you're creating a problem for me on that pawn. Okay, I see why Nepo is thinking, definitely. Because when you look at this position, it doesn't feel very obvious at all that you should go for this as white.
But let's take on b5, no? It's a free roll.
Yes.
I mean, I like it a lot for white. I think white is probably much better, actually. Knight takes b5.
Knight takes b5, and
now, like, whenever I take on e4, it's like either slightly better or much better for white.
You're going to get the d5 square or something somewhere. Well, okay, I'm not exactly sure, so let's just take a look.
Yeah, let's say takes on e4, takes, something like knight c3.
Okay, so the reason you don't go in right away is because there's like the rook attack.
Yeah,
that kind of holds on for black.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're trying to exploit that square with your knight.
Yeah. No, I think for this kind of a game, it's a brilliant scenario for white. I mean, you bring the knight to d5, it's very comfortable.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because, like, if this pawn sort of had a chance to move and this bishop could open up, maybe it would be, in a few moves it could be kind of decent, right?
Yeah, speaking of that, I think after knight takes b5, we actually had to try d5, not taking on e4. Taking on e4, I kind of dislike strongly.
Yeah, you feel like here, like once the knight gets here, the bishop is dead, this pawn starts going, and actually white has a pretty big positional advantage.
Yeah, also there is no scenario where black, like, really equalizes, right? Like even the rook ending, let's say I go rook b1, I go b4, even that will be slightly better for white.
Okay, so you want to try something else here for black?
Yeah, I guess here I go d5.
d5. Yeah, you're trying to get rid of this weak pawn.
Yeah, if I do it at all, I go d5, yeah.
Okay, that looks like a critical try. But, if I want to, I can consider at least moves like that, right?
Very much so, yeah.
Because, I mean, I'm really not that interested in Okay, I'm not interested in like things like this.
Yeah, losing the knight is not very tempting.
Yeah. So this is an attempt to keep the bishop closed and trying to get control of that square by white's pieces.
Yeah. And now, like following my instincts, I have to play d5, d4 normally.
No instincts. Okay. That's not an instinct? Probably not.
Well, not mine. It could be a good move, but just...
Okay. So, yes, throwing that pawn forward, opening up that square.
Yeah.
Definitely looks interesting. Yeah, you want queen d5. So, yeah, if I take on f6, obviously, that looks pretty decent for black.
Yeah.
So, what do I need to do here? I need to take with my knight, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
But then you're gonna... Are you gonna go maybe knight d5 and start creating some problems for my bishop?
Yeah, or even rook takes e5. I think in general, rook takes e5 is kind of okay. This is basically kind of the position you're looking for as black. In terms of ideas, like here exactly white could be better. But in general, like you have all the active pieces, it's much easier to attack the b pawn than to kind of try to promote it. Some, queen d5. Also, you don't necessarily need to like avoid all the trades.
Well, let me try to argue with you and say that like this extra pawn, like white's pieces are not bad either. So why should we not be able to prove an advantage? Like your pieces are good, my pieces are good, and I have an extra pawn.
Yeah. No, I kind of agree. Okay, I go rook d5. I don't know.
Okay. So
I agree. You probably take white if given a choice.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's very likely to be a draw.
How bad do you think this move is?
I'm not sure.
I'm letting you kind of do some stuff.
Yeah.
And hoping it's not too good.
So I'll probably do some stuff. Yeah, I don't know how bad it is.
Well, hold on. Just 1 second though. Before you took the pawn, you didn't think like maybe we could mix things up and at least try to get the bishop? If we get the bishop and then we get the pawn, then I'm like a lot happier.
Yeah, this was interesting too. Like I was worried about some e5, e6. I don't know how much of an issue it is actually.
Because I can take it, right? Or
yeah, you pretty much have
I have to take it.
Yeah, but then some queen h5 or queen g4 followed by queen g6. I don't see why black pieces are more active anymore, and I'm still a pawn down.
Yes, you're pawn down. I mean, I agree. The only thing I'm going to have is like the bishop pair, but I have these weak light squares, really weak light squares.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. This looks problematic. It's not like.
Also, we're doing it for free, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not white who is pawn down for some reason. It's actually black.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, well, hold on. I feel like okay, we haven't quite equalized things for black. So,
yeah, that's why we probably go knight c6, right?
So you want to try now this move instead of bishop f8.
Yeah, I think we mentioned it in the very beginning. Yeah, this one I guess is safer.
Do you take?
Well, knight f5 is alternative, but let's have a look at AB first, maybe. Yeah. Let's say AB5, knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, a takes b5. Yeah, I mean it's kind of standard. White is slightly better, but as black, I am not too worried normally in this kind of position. I have plans with knight d7, bishop f6. Sometimes I get d5. Sometimes I just attack the e4 pawn with like all my pieces. White is a bit better, but it's quite a long way to lose it. It's normally very solid for black.
Yeah, because it's like kind of the plans for white are a little bit limited in this position, and lots of pieces are also getting traded, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let me try a little bit from this position for white.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what do we need? We need to improve the knight, which is not so easy. Kind of improve the queen. Where does this queen go? Probably like f3. All right, let's go here.
Yeah. Yeah, now black has different plans, I don't know. I personally try to get knight d7 bishop f6 normally, as I think this is like the most kind of flexible kind of defense. Yeah, bishop f6.
Okay, so what trick are you planning for me?
No, there is no trick. I'm just thinking now somehow liquidate there. This is actually, I think we are playing reasonably. Yeah, and let's say I go knight e5. It's kind of a typical scenario in this kind of positions. And then you'll have your extra pawn, and I'll get some 4 against 3, which I will not lose.
You mean like, okay, yeah, I don't know what that is. That I'm giving up my queen for the 2 rooks. Okay, maybe that's not.
Yeah, but let's say I even go bishop takes. Let's just,
okay, just that's kind of what I wanted to check.
Yeah.
And okay, so basically, I can't really retreat my queen very easily. Yeah, I probably have to go for this, and something like that.
Yeah, but then I'll somehow liquidate normally. Like I will play, let's say, b4, and then bishop takes b4, I guess is running into knight c6.
I got a couple of pieces hanging.
Yeah. But let's say even, so b4 is kind of a lucky thing for me, right? But let's say bishop c3, I even go knight c4. I mean, you probably take on let's say I take back.
Although, yeah. Bishop c3, okay, maybe you don't need that.
Also exists, Actually, here I kind of blundered a little. I thought bishop takes f6 is forced for white. And then I was about to say, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, you blundered e5.
No, I kind of blundered that you're not forced to take on f6. I blundered rook a1, I blundered, many things.
Yeah, okay, but you do have b4, so that didn't really work for white.
Yeah, I have knight d3 too.
Okay, and basically you're saying like if I go this way, that's when you're going with your like knight c4 ideas.
Yeah, or knight d3, but knight c4 is more like schematic takes.
Yeah.
Some rook b1, rook b8. Like if you're lucky enough, you will get some 4 against 3. You'll manage to trade your b pawn for my c pawn and save your e pawn. I actually don't know how you're supposed to do that, but even if you do.
Okay, we got our first tweet of the day from Vishy. By the way, I watched a video, I guess it was from 4 years ago, taken at the maybe a Tata Steel, and it was a question for the top players about who in the Grand Chess Tour would they like to be stuck on a deserted island with, and who would they also like to go to dinner with. And the reason I'm bringing this up, besides the fact that this video was wildly entertaining, and I recommend that you watch it, guys, is that Vishy was most players' favorite choice of dinner partner. And a very wide array of players actually chose him, I think, from Nakamura to, I don't know, Vidit, and Aronian, I think. So, yeah.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I gotta say, okay, let's read actually what he says, and then I'll tell you my stories. Oh no, bring up that tweet again, guys.
Well, I kind of,
Yeah, I don't know if bishop f8, bishop g5 works here, so he was probably talking about instead of h6, right? Yes, right here. Yeah, we were talking about bishop f8, if it works here, but Ding has had enough of bishop g5 in these lines. Yep, that's what we were saying. Now, d4, 14 d4, ed, cd, cd, knight d4, knight c4 might be reasonable. Okay, let's take a look at what Vishy is saying here. d4, ed, ed, cd.
Well,
yeah, that's the same thing as what we were talking about. And now knight c4. So we were looking at knight c6 and bishop f8, and Vishy is saying this is interesting.
Yeah, which makes sense. As bishop f8, we did not quite like at the end of the day. And knight c6, I kind of like it after it takes b5 in terms of holding.
Yeah.
But knight f5, as we mentioned in the very beginning, I think is a very serious alternative. And then as black, you normally have to play bishop f8 and prepare some d5 or knight b4. But the knight on f5 is always like a scary thing to allow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Vishy is saying putting the knight here, basically forcing that trade.
Yeah.
Is interesting. Now this pawn needs some protection. And actually, that's a little bit of a problem, right? Because now he's going to pile up on it with bishop f8 and then It's actually a really good idea that Vishy is suggesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess my thinking process as black is that I kind of check knight f5. Knight f5 is my original worry.
Right here.
Yeah, but
Yes.
if taken only for works there, then I'm happy to play it, kind of, I agree.
So basically, okay, you got to check these lines where, okay, there's a lot of sacrifices, there's the queen coming in.
Yeah, but none of them seems to work, actually.
So knight takes e4, right, okay. So let me point out the basic tactics. Actually, no. I don't see any, any amazing tactics.
Yeah, queen
So-
g4, bishop g5 looks okay.
Yeah, queen g4, okay, you're threatening this, you're threatening checkmate, and you're saying bishop g5.
Yeah, the knight was also hanging, but yeah, bishop g5 covers them all, it seems.
Yes.
Although you have like h4, I don't know, knight f6 maybe. Queen g3, knight h5.
We found a
yes.
repetition.
Yes.
Yeah, this queen doesn't have a lot of squares because she can't go there.
Queen
can't
takes
go.
d6 kind of exists, maybe. First of all, it's not the end of the world. Secondly, the line didn't look exactly.
Yeah, we could make it a little bit more polished.
Yeah.
So basically after knight f5, yeah, this is okay, big test.
Okay.
And you took the center pawn, so how does white try to make this work? So we looked at queen g4.
Yeah.
So you're attacking a bunch of things. You definitely don't want to like lose that pawn. So, I mean, knight g5 just runs into h4.
Yeah, which first of all looks scary. Secondly, I don't see moves there for black.
So bishop g5.
Yeah.
And
we tried
h4.
h4, right?
And now we just need to figure this out.
Yeah, maybe our line was not that random at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's not completely random because we're just trying to get to that square.
Yeah, knight f6.
Knight f6. And okay, but here there's a lot of choices, right? There's even, I don't know, it's even that pawn.
Yeah, but we were not too happy with black in the very end, so let's start with queen g3.
Queen g3.
Yeah.
And okay, you still have the same problem.
Yeah.
So you go there, and then I take your pawn, and it's not completely clear why white's not just going to be up like. Actually, white is only getting back a pawn.
Yeah, but somehow, yeah, we need to play something. Like
Yeah.
bishop takes
so
e3.
yeah, bishop takes e3 then.
Yeah, f takes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a weird position.
Yeah, but here I feel like we can find something for black because there's nothing intrinsically terrible about black's position here. And by the way, okay, Ding did make a first capture on d4. We'll see if more captures are going to follow. Or
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
you think he's going to take again? You don't think he's going to like allow that white pawn to push to d5, huh?
Probably not. I think it pretty much never works. So.
Yeah, that's right. So we're possibly going into this line. So let's just evaluate this position that we have here since we already went this far. Okay, we need a move for black.
Well, rook e6 is kind of normal.
Normal, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a weird position.
You know, white's pawn structure is not perfect either.
Yeah, but I kind of like white though. So let's say I take on d8, I go rook a to d1. I'm not saying it's necessarily much, but I mean, after a trade followed by rook d1, I certainly take white. The knight is active, the rook is coming to like d7 or something. And
Daniil, do you have any book or video recommendations for amateurs to learn the Rai Lopez? Have you made your own course on the Rai Lopez?
Well, I mean, I've never made any courses, so, you know.
But you're working on something now, right?
Yeah.
Or you plan to be in the future? Tell us about it.
Yeah, but I cannot tell much. It will be an opening course.
Oh, okay. Well, that's something.
Yeah, yeah.
You,
So
you can't tell us the opening. It's a secret for now.
Yeah, exactly. No rook endings, no boring stuff.
Nice.
No cool games either. Just openings.
You know what's interesting? I'll tell you what is, I think, a little bit messed up with like the opening courses these days.
Okay.
Right? Like, you know, I have had this experience of like, you know, absolute beginners, right? Like people who are just really getting into chess. going and getting themselves a chessable course, like let's say by on the Dubov London,
Yeah.
right? And like they really don't need to start with that. They don't understand these lines at all.
Yeah.
And yet they're kind of like playing the moves, like just they get the idea, the setup, and they're going to make the same moves no matter what black is doing. You kind of
Right.
get it, and that's not the best way to learn an opening. I almost feel like there should be some sort of warning, like hey, this is not for absolute beginners. These courses are for people who are experienced, at least experienced tournament players.
Okay. So you're literally playing Queen's Gambit accepted for your whole life, not trying like any different opening,
Yeah.
and then you're saying it is not the way to be playing the same thing starting from like the age of 5?
Yeah, very funny, Daniil. Very funny.
No, but
you need to do a more thorough study of my games. Probably in my last tournaments, I have not played the Queen's Gambit accepted at all.
Okay.
And I have tried. Let me see. Let me tell you what I've tried. I was doing various Slavs in my tournaments, different lines of the Slavs, and I did a Bogo Indian. I did some sort of like G6 stuff, at least in one of my games, a King's Indian.
Okay.
Yeah, look at that. Are you impressed with this variety?
Yeah.
There you go,
Yeah.
right? So this idea that I only play the Queen's Gambit accepted is not completely true.
So it's outdated for like 2 years already?
Even more.
Okay.
One of my best games, I think, ever was in the King's Indian. It was a very critical game that I played against Anna Zatonsky in the U.S. Women's Championship. I also remember playing the Blumenfeld Gambit with black for the first time ever in my life.
Yeah, it's a cool opening actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the thing is, I've had to do some experimentation to win these tournaments, right? Like you can't just rely on one thing.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Probably not. Yeah, I just wanted to finish this line as I couldn't.
I'm sorry. I know you tried to make fun of me, and I kind of fought back, but.
No. I just didn't want to blunder the queen. Yeah. No, it's okay. In general, I agree. Jokes aside, it's kind of a strange way of learning the game to like start with opening, like with one exact opening.
Yes.
And try playing it in every single game. This is not ideal.
Yeah, and it was really like I think kind of harmful for a beginner. Like that's just not the way to go. They think it's like, ooh, I'm learning an opening from the top players in the world. But like in reality, you got to learn how to play chess first and like learn like some principles of development, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Just fighting for the center and like not let's say blocking your C pawn and trying to checkmate,
Sure.
on the H file in every game.
No, of course those courses are for like advanced players, right?
Yes.
It's not. Yeah, it's not that you like learn that the bishop moves diagonally and then you are all
That's
right
what
now.
I'm saying. I'm
Yeah,
telling
yeah.
you, Daniil, like this was sort of like the example.
Yeah.
It was like I was shocked because like this was a new player to the game,
Yeah.
and they had bothered to seek out these opening courses. They seriously spent a lot of time memorizing them. I mean, this is not what you're expecting, right? Like you're thinking these people should be doing 2-move checkmates, learning, discovered attack.
Sure.
But they're studying like Anish Giri's courses on Chessable.
Yeah, but at the same time, they're not given instructions necessarily. Like it's not that there is like 10 steps program, like of becoming a very strong player.
Yeah.
And then clearly, you want to learn something about
Yeah.
chess. You start googling, and the first thing you're supposed to find is actually some opening course.
Yeah, it totally makes sense.
Yeah,
I completely understand how that has happened. I'm just saying that it's like there is something rather ironic about that.
Yeah, I agree. Going back to the question we were asked, actually, well, I don't think I read a single book actually on Cyril Lopez exactly, but I recommend strongly reading Kasparov's books. And partially because he's very good at explaining the basic opening ideas. And also looking at the games, let's say, between Karpov and Kasparov, you actually find out the way the theory got there to like nowadays state. They would basically play some bad lines that don't exist anymore, but you at least find out why they're actually bad.
Yeah, I'm going to interrupt you there for a second, Daniil.
Yeah.
Like, I think, probably I hear from your answers, like your definition of amateur is probably like 2200. Is that right?
Not necessarily.
But like, I mean, I'm thinking like Rai Lopez, maybe you want to start out with some sort of book. There's these kind of like starting out series. I think maybe, I don't know which publisher does it, like maybe Everyman Chess or something, but they have it for lots of chess openings that I think meant specifically kind of for new players.
Okay.
So probably that's where I would start looking if you're, I don't know, like really new to something, you don't want a lot of theory, you know, and you just want ideas explained move by move. I would probably go with those starting out books. But yes, and then, you know, if you're like much more advanced, then I think, you know, then what Daniil is saying, yeah, would be good.
Yeah, but at the same time, I have a feeling that Kasparov is actually very good at explaining stuff simple way. I know like a very big number of like really big players who enjoy reading his books a lot, and they get quite a lot. So let's say, I mean,
you mean like which books are you talking about? Like the My Great Predecessor series, or?
Yeah, then this Opening Revolution. Then there are a few books dedicated to his matches against Karpov. They're all great, actually. And also, I guess it's. I mean, normally it's not too difficult to get his point. Some of the lines are deep, but he normally starts with explaining some general ideas, which is useful. And also it's kind of like safer to learn the general ideas from like arguably the best player in history than from some, I mean, whatever, FIDE master who is just explaining it his own way.
Right.
And I mean, this way is not necessarily correct. Ding finally played a move which kind of gets me out of this conversation for quite some time, which is lucky.
Yeah, you found an exit door.
Yeah. No, honestly, I mean, speaking of chess books, like honestly, I don't think too many of them are good. I think 90% of them are actually pointless, kind of. And then it's much easier for me to like name good books, like not even necessarily dedicated to openings. But just good books. I mean, like all the Kasparov's books are good, people. All the Boris books are good. Then in general, most of the...
When you say Boris, just to explain to people who you're talking about.
What do you think?
I know who you're talking about. Tell our viewers. We also have viewers, Daniil. It's not just us having a conversation.
Sure. Yeah, I'm talking Boris Gelfand, who is...
he wrote these two books on positional decision-making in chess and dynamic decision-making in chess, right?
Okay, by this point, I think he has published about 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Some new ones coming out, okay.
Yeah, and then he has this old one with his best games, which is also brilliant, and I think there was a new edition of that one, actually, that came out maybe, I don't know, a year ago or something. And yeah, those are good. Then normally, like, most of the books from the best chess players talking about their games are normally great. I mean, Fire on Board is great. What else is there?
Oh, I'll tell you which book I really liked in my youth growing up.
Okay.
It was Kramnik's book with, you know, his Russian co-author Damskin.
Sure.
You know, called I guess My Life in Games, and yeah, I love that book. I still remember these games and how I learned, you know, about the bishop pair.
Yeah, yeah. I think in Russian it's called like the breakthrough or something. But I don't think. Yeah, exactly. But I don't think in reality, I don't think Kramnik was really involved. As far as I know, it's basically Damsky's book, and I mean the comments are not exactly Vladimir's kind of. Yeah, it's a Vish's
book.
Yeah, Vish's book is very good. Yeah, with his best games.
Yep. So I remember that game with with like Ivanchuk, where he took with the G pawn on f6 in the rouser.
Yeah.
That one was a classic in his book.
Yeah, the sending, right?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. And recently I read Vishy's other book, Mind Master. We talked about that a lot.
Yeah.
On our 4 days of commentary together, and I mean, I think more top players should kind of write about their experience with these matches, like, because we have books written about these World Championship matches, but they're very rarely from the players themselves, right?
Yeah. Which I think is in general, like the tendency is kind of sad. I mean, people used to write books in between the tournaments, and now they're streaming.
I know what you mean. Like, for example, the famous Bronstein book, right? Like, I mean, he was one of the top players, and he left something for, you know, generations of chess players to kind of like a record of this famous tournament.
Yeah. No, but even like the recent past, I mean, Kasparov, it's not that like far ago, right? But he was like on the great predecessors. He was actually writing. I mean, some of them were I think written when he was still active, like 2002, 2003. Yeah. And the books are great, and people people really thought it's important to like leave some legacy out there and, you know, share the people their experience. And then now it's a different time. I'm not necessarily criticizing. I just think that I mean, it would be kind of nice to get something from the best players of this generation too. I
guess like what we do have now, though, that people are leaving, you know, as their contribution. I mean, with streaming, I do feel like it's a pretty nice thing that you're sharing with the world, right? Like your thinking process during your games, and that's not something that was there like 30 years ago, like a player playing and they're like talking to you about what they're thinking about. And it's very, of course, informal, right? Yeah. But at the same time, it is really insightful and, you know, and interesting to hear the first-hand thoughts of a player during a game. Sure, but still, normally when streaming, people are less responsible, which is okay. I mean, it's completely normal. I mean, exactly, it's not formal, as you pointed out. I mean, I like it too. But let's say imagine the book from Magnus where he shares, like, what did he go through, like in this famous game 6, for instance. Like, it's a completely different thing, and I mean, I would prefer to hear that. Same with Kramnik, let's say. I mean, he played like so many famous matches. I mean, he managed to beat Gary. I mean, the match with Topolov, then his like everlasting rivalry with Vichy. I mean, all that stuff. And then at the end of the day, we have exactly nothing from him. Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing we at least have this book by Bareyev and Levitov, called From London to Elista, that I brought with me to this tournament, and I was reading it in like the first week or so that I was here, and it goes through the story of 3 of those matches, you know, 2000, 2004, and 2006, and I mean that's a great insight, at least into those parts of his career. Yeah, absolutely. By the way, speaking of the matches and the great books about the matches, there is the, what is it called, Anand files, Vicious files, something like that. The recent book, which I strongly recommend actually, about Vicious matches, with all the people involved memories and all that stuff. Must read, in my opinion. So, you know, it's interesting because Bareyev, he's also, I mean, some of you viewers might not be familiar with him. I guess we should introduce him. So he's like a Russian grandmaster. He was a member of the Russian Olympiad team for many years, part of the, I think, the gold medal winning team. Well, he was, I think, number 4 in the world at some point. Wow, okay, there we go. Yeah. So yeah, I was going to say top 10 player for many years. And, you know, now he's doing quite a lot of, like, in chess, I guess, broadcasting, right, in the Russian language. Yeah. And I've seen some of your, like, I guess, I don't know, call it not interviews exactly with him, but you guys are like commenting on games together and just chatting is the way I would describe it. So one thing about Bareyev, I just had a question. How do you know when he's serious about anything? Like, I don't understand, like, if his questions, are they always like sarcastic, or is he serious? How do you interpret that? I don't know. No, I think we have like pretty much the same sense of humor. I mean, he likes this dry humor with a straight face. So it's probably easier for me to guess, as I'm doing pretty much the same. No, I don't know. He's perfectly normal to me. I don't think he's like, to me it just feels natural. Maybe it's just like about me being weird, but I don't know. I like the guy. Yeah. No, I mean, I find him amusing. I'm just curious how to decipher. All right, so we have knight c4 on the board, and that is the move that Vichy recommended in his tweet. Ding did play it. And what were we looking at here? Basically, we were looking at this trade that we expect to happen, and then, we were considering the move knight f5. That would entail a pawn sacrifice. I don't know if Jan is going to find something different. But as these events develop, guys, we're going to go on our first break, and we're going to see you in a couple of minutes.
You know, like in this Kung Fu Panda cartoon, yeah, like there is no secret ingredient in my soup, yeah, so I tried, like, yeah, not to put in any secret ingredients. So that's probably the only trick. When I was a small kid, I think I was studying Kalechin's games, first of all, the first ever Russian world champion. Okay, I haven't played for half a year, and yeah, I think just not playing too much, yeah, is a good way to get hungry. I think previously, when computers were not so strong, yeah, it was really important, like, to have like so many guys who can work simultaneously. But now I think if you have more or less nice engine, you get the result, like you hit the space bar and you get the result. Like the amount of work one player can do is tremendously bigger than before. And yeah, okay, I have my own experience, quite a bitter one, but yeah, it's still an experience, so maybe that's a little bit like something which probably favors me. I can only praise him, like, yeah, he's very, he's very consistent, yeah, he's capable of like playing almost as good as an engine, yeah, and I think pretty much as well as Magnus, he doesn't have like obvious like weak points in his play. He's absolutely brilliant chess player. So it goes just without saying, and yeah, probably if I'll be lucky to find some weaker spots in in his armor, then would be fine. If not, then okay, I'll fight as it is.
Bobby Fischer. His playing strength is clearly one of the best ones even bring to the nowadays. Although one of the uncertain things is I'm not so sure how he gonna adapt with or how to cooperate with the AI technologies. This is the only uncertain thing because in his area there were almost no no machine learning that could help with the engine. So that's the thing I'm not sure. But if do not add in this factor, that I thought he would definitely be one of the best. I think would be the best.
I don't have an obvious answer. Generally, Magnus's tournament match, his record in chess is very, very impressive, but it's very difficult to compare people across eras.
It's a difficult question because when I was young, it was of course Garry Kasparov because of his style, yes, of his pressure that he was looking at you and you wanted to die immediately, so you could really feel it. And I unfortunately I couldn't play with him, but I had a dinner once and we had a talk, and I felt even just with nice talking that he's a very strong person, and so. But okay, today with all the titles that Magnus won, of course, now I think the greatest is Magnus.
My favorite world champion is Alexander Alekhine, because I loved his romantic style and the fact that he was always second or third person to play a new idea. So he was always there trying to think and trying to learn from his colleagues.
Kasparov, because oh no, a wrong answer for a Riga girl. Mikhail Tal, of course, is the first one. But Kasparov has been the one that we've been inspired a lot while we've been analyzing his games, and his very dynamic, aggressive playing style has been the one that I've enjoyed in my childhood, yes.
It was Kasparov number one, but with Magnus quickly catching up with him. and I think at the moment they're just on par, sharing first. And if Magnus manages to stay on his current level for several more years, if he stays on this level for 5 more years, I would say he's clearly number 1 in the history.
Well, it's difficult question. Who is my favorite world champion? It's well, Tal is obviously occupies a special place in my heart. Maybe not necessarily as a player, but as a personality. I think he was unique. He was very much different from other great champions. Once again, not only as a chess player. If talking as a great players, yeah, well, Kasparov, Magnus, Fischer, these 3. But as a personality, Tal.
Hey guys, we're back with our coverage of the 13th game. So we're in the middle game right now. The opening was a Rai Lopez. So the players are going kind of along their main paths. Nepo deviated a little bit on move 10 with a bishop development. So far, it's nothing too surprising. I think we've analyzed the position quite in depth, and Ding went for a suggestion that Vichy made of trading on d4 and then going knight c4, forcing a knight trade. And now Nepo is in for his long think.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, Daniil, I'm sorry to interrupt. You know, when we were on our break, I actually saw a new visitor to the match, a very well-known chess player, very legendary, And it's pretty cool that she is here in Astana. Okay, so I gave you a clue.
Okay.
Did you get it? Did you pick up on it?
I don't know. Ho Yifan?
Well, Ho Yifan has been here for a while.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm saying this particular person has recently arrived because I have not seen them here before, and they were actually being interviewed, just outside our room. So try to make a guess. You're actually kind of on the right track here.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but it would be reasonable. It would be reasonable if it would be a Chinese player.
Okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yun, I don't know. Tan Zhongyi?
You're on the right track. Keep thinking. I said legendary, right? You got to be a little bit older to be legendary, I think, in general.
Okay.
Right? It takes a little time to build up.
Yeah, also I'm like bad at pronouncing Chinese names, I must say. Like,
but that's okay. We can laugh at it after you try.
I don't want to try. Like, is she the ex-world champion?
Yes.
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 Okay.
This is the first Chinese women's world champion.
Okay.
Now, don't disappoint me.
The one who played Alexandria, right?
Yes.
Yes, but I cannot pronounce it. I mean,
I'll do it for you. I
okay.
mean, I'll do it in my own wrong way.
Yeah.
Sijun.
Okay, this is the way to pronounce it.
I don't know. That's just what kind of makes sense to me.
Okay. No, I had a feeling like if I pronounce it my way, people might even not get that I'm talking this person. So, I mean, I gave you like all the information. Yeah. I mean,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but that's very cool.
Yeah.
Sijun, first women's world champion from China, paving the way for a multitude of Chinese women world champions after her. I mean, after her, I don't know if I can even name them all because there have been so many.
Yeah,
actually,
exactly.
right? There was Zhu Chen. I mean, there was. Okay. I mean, the recent one, obviously, we have Zhu Wenjun. I mean, I feel like there was Su Yuhua, in the early 2000s. I don't even know who else I'm missing, but there's so many strong female Chinese players.
Tan Zhongyi probably won the.
Tan Zhongyi, that's right.
Won the knockout, right?
That was Iran, I think, right? In Iran?
I'm not sure. I must confess I was not like watching closely.
Okay.
But I have a feeling.
And I feel like we even missed someone else. Like I feel there might have been another World Cup winner.
Yeah.
From
very
China.
likely.
But I mean, China just has so many strong female players, and Sijun led the way for all of them, and she's here probably in the closing stretches of this match to lend some support to her countryman Ding.
Yeah. Speaking of Ding, actually, it seems that he's better now.
By the way, guys, oh wait, I know you wanted to go back to the chess again. Okay, let's go. Let's go to the chess. Let's do it.
No, we can ignore it if you want. Okay,
no.
Let's talk some books again.
I just wanted to say, guys, that we are looking at the YouTube chat a little bit. So yeah, if you have questions for us or comments, go ahead and offer them up.
Yeah. So speaking of the game, f3 was probably quite a big mistake.
Yeah, we were looking at this move knight f5, which entails sacrificing this pawn. And you're saying f3 is a mistake by Jan, and why would that be? Is it just because you're weakening these squares too much around the king?
Well, I think it's because, Ding played bishop f8, which is a good move. And the thing is that black wants to play g6, d5. And the normal reaction in terms of positional ideas for white would be to play it the way, yes, exactly, that allows you to face d5 with playing e4, e5.
Okay, hold on. Let me figure this out. But then there's going to be queen b6, isn't there?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. But
after bishop f4?
Yeah, after bishop f4, maybe? First of all, I don't know.
There's maybe a5.
But yeah, my guess would be that d5 just works. I think d5, e5, and
d7?
Or even knight h5. We have to look at this, I suspect.
Yeah, well, okay, this is definitely a very obvious idea to understand, just breaking through in the center and getting rid of your backwards pawn, and basically bringing to life all these three pieces.
Yeah.
So there's no doubt that that's the point, so we got to get ready for it. And so this move makes a lot of sense, because in general, you would like to meet this move with closing up those pieces.
Yeah, exactly. So let's start with knight h5, I guess. Knight h5 is way more concrete. So do you go to h2?
I feel like I have to.
Oh, you could try some, like bishop c1, rook takes c5, f4, but it's hard to believe that, right? So here, I guess I go bishop c5, yeah? Starts to look really scary, actually.
Are you going queen h4
Yeah.
or queen b6?
Yeah, after king h1, I like feel strongly that queen h4 can be very bad news.
So you're attacking the knight.
Yeah.
You might want to come in.
Yeah, but I blundered knight f5, so.
That's
Okay.
powerful attack, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay.
So maybe not that way.
Yeah, let me try queen b6 then.
But then we got this little shot.
Yeah. I mean, also we get nothing else, right? So we have to do this. All right. So my first question is.
No, I can make really bad moves like moving this knight back.
Yeah, but I think
then
like
you go d4
yeah,
and just win.
Yeah, exactly. I think if Black is allowed to play d5, d4, I suspect strongly he's pretty much winning.
Yep. Okay, so I have to go here.
Yeah. So speaking of that, my
Queen a7?
Yeah, my first question will be queen a7. Although I have a feeling queen takes b2 is a better move. But let's just start with queen a7.
You're basically piling up on this knight, trying to dislodge him.
Yeah.
And I can't play there because there's a fork, because that square has been weakened.
Yeah, so a reasonable idea for white would be to counterattack. So you go f3, f4. And this is why I don't quite like queen a7. I have a feeling that our queen is a bit too far from the king side, and we could be checkmated there.
That's actually a really, really important detail, isn't it? It's like your only move.
Yeah, I guess so.
You gotta attack this knight, also maybe clear up that square, and basically if they take and you take, I guess you're gonna be able to make this a real mess.
Yeah.
White.
Like it's not yet a checkmate, but yeah, I mean it looks very dangerous for black indeed. I agree. So.
But you also might want to take on b2.
Yeah. At the same time, in terms of logic, you could have started with f3, f4, right? Instead of a5. It's not that we necessarily give up after a5, queen takes b2. But like here, I think I pretty much have to take on d4 and take on b2.
Yeah, because there's just no other way to protect this knight. Like if you go here, knight f5, you don't want?
Yeah, I'm just worried. Some e6 was there too, I don't know. f5, bishop d4, e6 was there. I mean, I'm scared.
Yeah. Okay, so let's just go through this a little slower. So
yeah,
e5.
Exactly.
Yeah, e5, so there's knight h5. And there's also knight d7, which is not
pointless at all.
Not pointless. I mean, maybe you want to just have the knight on a better centralized square. Okay, you forego the tempo on the bishop, but you attack the pawn.
Yeah, this one is, I mean, it has to be at least easier to calculate. Basically, it's either white is in time to protect his pawn on e5 and he's okay, or he's not in time and he's actually not even just worse, he could be like very much worse, flesh lost.
Okay, so I mean, I have to protect this pawn. I mean, what, rook e1 seems to be my main try?
Yeah, I guess so. But again, it feels like really wrong, I must say. I guess both we have this feeling, right, that it shouldn't be good for white.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of issues. I mean, I guess on this diagonal, and let's see what else.
Yeah, queen c7 or something, right? Where
yeah, you can even just try to directly win this pawn, yeah?
Yeah. And by the way, like, I don't know if my level of reading Jan's facial expressions is, you know, good. But the way I know him, he's very, very worried now. And I mean, he has a reason to be worried, actually.
Yes. Yes, he does not exude. I mean, I actually didn't really pay attention to that, but now that you say it, he really doesn't exude confidence. I told you, you know, that word that I used, subdued.
Yes.
That was my feeling about just seeing him come to this game. And yeah, I mean, okay, things could go kind of from bad to worse.
Yeah.
In this game, which would be so unfortunate. I mean, if that were to happen, you know, to kind of come in with the white pieces and kind of instead of the scenario where you pull yourself together,
yeah,
right after yesterday's tragic game, like, and then you kind of let things, you know, slide downhill even more, that would be very sad. So let's see if he can defend his position a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we don't need to bury him that early.
Yeah. Actually, you said that yesterday. You know, we were talking about Ding's position. You were like, it's not time to have the funeral talk yet.
Exactly. Yeah, bishop f2 played. Okay, bishop f2. So what is bishop f2 about? I'm pretty sure, I mean, you go d5 pretty much instantly. So what is the point after d5? Yep.
So d5.
Yeah. Like if you want to go for style points, you go e4, e5. Where you're kind of worse, but you can say, like, all right, this is probably my best, you know, try. I just go queen d2, rook e1, and get b3 at some point. But it's...
If you don't want style points, you take, and you let them take with the knight, and then and then you try to survive, like that?
Yeah, but then there is
bishop b4.
Yeah, let's have a look at that, actually.
Yeah, so taking sort of the obvious move, then you activate the knight.
Yeah.
Then you got to worry about just losing your bishop pair, which would be a disaster.
Yeah.
Because you need that bishop.
Like you, I don't know, you probably need to play bishop e4 or something.
Yeah,
I must say,
is on the board.
yeah, I must say in general, this could escalate quickly, actually. The position after e5, you're not supposed to look quickly. It could be very bad for white, but it's easier to play for white as well.
So you mean like we might not have any more time for conversations about chess books?
No, I mean, given how good topic it is.
No, we can still return to it.
Yeah, exactly.
Weave it into this game. Okay, so knight there, how are we going to stop this idea?
Well, I'm not even sure this is the idea. Like, it's one of the ideas, but there's also, let's say, queen g5 followed by knight f4, which is incredibly annoying. I think in general this...
he did take very quickly.
Yeah.
God, he hates his position.
Well, hates is probably a bit too strong.
I feel that on his face. There's something that he just doesn't like. That's, well, I mean, it's understandable, but
yeah,
you know, I mean, there's just no pleasure coming from him at all looking at his board.
No, but let's say here. So let me ask you something.
Yes.
As I'm not playing, so bishop e4. Bishop e4 looks very reasonable to me. Like we are preventing knight e3. We are also like activating the bishop.
Yeah.
But what about knight f4? Is there a universe where this works? I must say I have a feeling it's like very close to be
yeah, well,
working.
we know reality is subjective, so
yeah,
let's try it.
Okay, so like in stockfish reality, I'm asking about the stockfish reality.
Stockfish reality, okay.
Yeah, so in stockfish reality, can it work?
Okay, that's. I mean, I have to say, just the idea that it can work is pretty cool. And yes, you're like offering up this bishop, and now you want to bring out your queen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and Jan is playing quickly. He's actually going for your move. He is going for bishop e4. So this question, whether or not this knight can move, is actually very, very relevant.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at that again, since we might actually have to deal with that in the game. So bishop takes, and then queen g5.
Yeah. I guess it's either g3 or g4.
There's not a lot of ways to guard that checkmate.
Yeah. And the thing is, I mean, yeah, play something, then we'll figure out what the thing is.
G3.
Yeah, I guess I take on h3. Yeah, I guess I go back. Yeah, and then I just go rook a to d8. This was my like key point.
So you have a pawn for the piece, but you've got this pin, you've got some ideas, I don't know, maybe, well, not even, yeah, maybe like that.
I'm first of all threatening rook takes d4.
Oh, nice.
Secondly, I'm saying you actually don't have a move, kind of. Like, I don't see what could be useful here for white.
That's a really big threat. That's not a small capture. You're really just threatening to win the game because you either checkmate like that or you get the fork over here.
Yeah, I mean, also, like, if you prevent me from doing, like, most of my things, I'll just go bishop c5. And after bishop c5, like you cannot fight the like impressions that there is no stopping me then, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Even in, yes, I think Stockfish Reality would agree with that.
Yeah. The moves we played were not like forced. I actually wanted you to
try defending a little better.
No, I mean like exactly the opposite. I wanted you to help me first. I mean to cooperate a little. Yeah. I don't know how forced this is, but I must say. The way I see chess, it cannot be, like, it should not be bad for black for sure. Like, I would feel, as black, I would feel like, I mean, okay, maybe white will survive this some miraculous way, but, I mean, in general, I suspect strongly that even if I take on f2.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I was going to say even this move, yeah.
Yeah, and, I mean, I go rook a to d8. I mean, I'll have to calculate stuff, but in general, I'd normally have a very strong belief in this position for black.
And that's because this bishop is not very helpful in dealing with the problems over here.
Yeah, I guess in general, it's kind of unlikely that white will save everything. Like the knight on d4 is pinned, rook d2 will always run into some bishop b4.
But still, this one might be even more. I mean, I have to say, this one feels like even more ambitious.
Yeah, but let's say you could have played king h2, I thought.
Right here.
No, instead of king g2.
Yes.
Then again, my first question would be queen h5, which might work and might not work. But let's say here exactly, if I take on f2, I think I even have a better version compared to king g2. Yeah, maybe f4. Yeah, exactly. So probably I should not do that. But let's say I just take on f2 instead. Yeah, f4 is a very good spot. So I take on f2, knight takes f2, rook takes f2, rook a to d8, I guess.
Yeah, this king, well, probably is a bit worse here than there, maybe.
Yeah, that's how it feels at least. And it also feels like quite a free roll for black once again. I mean, like it could be that I'm missing something and white will just be a piece up. But let's say, like in terms of practical game, it just feels like it's basically unreal that white will keep all the material and black has all the initiative in the world and the position plays itself. I mean, we have not checked it with the engine, right? But yeah, I don't know. As black, I would be really tempted by doing this.
All right, so first of all, we got to say that this is a fascinating moment in the game, that black really does have a big option here, that even though we're not done exploring it in all the details, like it's certainly something that Ding needs to seriously consider.
Yeah.
If he doesn't do it, then white will probably, well, consolidate enough, right? Like basically without this option, white's position is not like in too much danger, right, overall.
I'm not sure. I think the question you are asking is a very important one. So what happens, let's say, after something like queen f6, something normal?
Yeah.
I mean, this question very much defines the odds for playing knight f4 or not playing knight f4, right? I mean, I think if as black...
Or even here one day.
Yeah, something like that. So basically, if you think as black that, I mean, after queen f6, you are still better. I mean, let's not forget this is a world championship match. This is not like some basement championship. And
or the World Championship of Chairs.
Yeah, and this is game 13, and the score is even. And I mean, Ding got a very, very comfortable position as black. And playing knight f4, I mean, really requires having, I mean, like a lot of confidence actually. I mean, it could be like, imagine you go on a knight f4, and I mean, it turns out that it's like a blunder. You are so upset, like the position was so comfortable, you'll be cursing yourself for the rest of your life for not playing any random move, keeping a very comfortable position. But I mean, at the same time, Ding is, he first of all likes to think. He has 80 minutes now.
And he has plenty of time to think over this moment, right? Because sometimes he's had critical moments where he just hasn't had that much time objectively, and he's felt like in a hurry to make a decision. This isn't one of those cases. Like, they've made 20 moves, he's got an hour 20, so he can think about this as long as he wants. I think the nice thing about this is like, okay, this is not a hidden idea for him. It's like there's no way like he's not going to see that opportunity the way he didn't see bishop takes g6 and d5 in like the previous game.
Probably not, yeah. This would be my guess too.
Right, I mean, he's at least going to consider it. He's going to be aware of it, and I think it makes sense that he would invest time into analyzing it. So why don't we analyze it some more, because it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
So first of all, let's start, like this would be my first intention. Let's start with checking these alternatives quickly. So first of all, bishop g3, I wanted to mention, runs into rook takes e4 followed by queen takes d4 check.
Oh, okay, yeah, you have to sack this because you want to get rid of the attack on the bishop.
Yeah,
got it.
exactly.
Yeah, you sack the rook for the bishop, and then you're going to have 2 pieces for the rook.
Yeah, so this is bad.
Let's just show the viewers.
I mean, it's not bad, it's just lost, kind of.
Yeah.
So this one doesn't work. Bishop e3. Bishop e3 kind of exists. My guess would be that, well, at least knight d3 is tempting enough. And then bishop takes b7. Oh, bishop takes d3, I guess we take on s3, and then we go bishop c5. And we kind of win on the spot.
Yeah.
So bishop takes b7, rook takes e3, bishop takes a8, queen takes d4. Looks crazy scary for white, not to say lost. I mean, you play king somewhere, some bishop d6, queen f4. I mean,
yeah, only for an exchange you are getting like a huge attack on the dark squares.
Right, like you are not worried about being worse here at all, and you actually suspect strongly that you are just winning. Yeah, there is a tweet from Vichy, by the way. Let's actually have a look at it. I mean, I hope it will give us a clue about knight f4.
I bet it will.
Okay, let's hope.
Vichy has been giving us good clues.
Yeah, we don't have an engine, so please, Vichy. Is there something wrong with knight f4?
All right, so let's keep looking. Well, I mean, I have to say, like, we just got to look at this move. This is the big test.
Yeah. So queen g5.
Yes.
It's not that you have too many options. So bishop g3 is not a move, clearly. Queen takes g3 just wins. So it's either g3 or g4.
Yeah, the thing with g4, so it's similar to g3, except you have even less control over.
Yeah, but on the other hand, yeah, I actually don't know what's
the advantage of g4.
Yeah. Anyway,
okay,
I mean,
overall, well, I mean, I guess the advantage is okay. You can, I don't know, king h2. It even feels like your king is weaker, right? There's just
I mean, exactly.
More ideas.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to come up with. But then I realized this doesn't help either, right? And also some queen e5 check will be a problem. So let's say we go So let's say we go g4.
Simply 21 rook b8 leaves white with only bad options. 21 rook b8. So Vichy is talking about just moving his rook to b8 to protect the bishop on b7.
Yeah, but this means knight f4 is not crushing.
Okay. Yeah, that's the clue.
Yeah, probably. So here, I guess if you go to g2, so this was the point. Yeah, you can go here and knight f4, king h1, and black does not have queen h5. So by playing king g2, we're kind of forcing black to take, I guess.
Wait, I don't get it. You don't think like we can still just go knight f4, king h1, and rook d8, and there's no.
Yeah, we can, but in the previous line, you'd normally have a threat of rook takes d4 here or something. Here, I'm not sure. Like your next move is bishop c5.
Yeah, bishop c5, but okay. I mean, there's all these rook d4 is still hanging in the air because of queen h4 later.
No, I mean, I agree. It makes sense. I'm just saying it doesn't look that lost anymore. Also, maybe it does. Some knight d3 is coming. I mean, as white, how do you know it's not lost?
Yeah.
Let's say bishop e4. We'll probably go bishop c5.
Bishop c5. Let's try that.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things I hate most in chess is being in a pin. That's why I think I never let that happen in my games.
Okay. How about being queen down but unpinned?
No, I don't let that really happen either.
Speaking of knight f5, no, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I must say it's quite a difficult position to like analyze quickly.
Yeah.
But it's.
But intuitively,
it's
you
certainly,
feel like it's.
Yeah, it's certainly true that white is in a lot of danger. Yeah. Let's go back. What does your intuition say?
I mean, I don't know. I love this move. You know what I thought of is like when you're playing hands and brain, and you would say like, "Should we gamble?" That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, objectively, I mean, I'm intrigued by this move. I definitely feel like it's so interesting for Black. Like we haven't yet found like a really convincing defense for White.
Okay, so we haven't looked at G3 for real, right? So G3.
Yeah.
I guess we take. Yeah, now both moves are. Maybe we actually go to H2 first. Then Queen H5, F4 was your lesson. So we basically have to take on F2.
Yeah.
Rook takes F2, Rook A to D8.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, again, it's possible that White has like a way to survive here, but it doesn't look like a bluff from Black.
So for example, like Queen D2, you just say no thanks, and then you go Bishop C5.
Yeah, or you even go Queen F6. This is the problem, like this pin is for real. And basically, yeah, if we're not blundering badly here, which could be the case, unfortunately, but if we are not, then like the way for White to save himself probably requires like giving up this knight and like trading the queens thanks to that somehow. I don't even know how, to be honest. But like, I don't know, some Queen C1 at some point. Something like that.
Yeah, well, that's not a scenario that's gonna scare Black.
Yeah, I mean, also Queen C1, there's even Queen C5. I mean, there's Queen H5 check, that is good, but let's say Queen H5 check is not there, then we have Queen C5. It remains unpleasant.
All right, do you think we should check this move with an engine, just because it kind of is important?
Yeah, let's check it briefly. I mean, also, like, given Vicious tweet, we kind of suspect it's not that great.
Yeah, but let's take a look.
Okay, so it says 0, 0, 0.
0, 0s, well, let's check the main line.
Bishop takes B7.
Queen G5.
Okay,
you
so
gotta go G3.
Yeah, G4 is bad.
And now there's either Rook A B8 or Knight H3, which was our
Rook A B8 is very uncool. So Knight H3, King G2.
G2, and now
we wanted to.
You can do either.
Yeah.
So okay, let's just look at the obvious, right? Like how you're saving
Rook A to D8.
Yes.
Yeah, and Queen C1 or Rook C1 indeed. Okay.
Okay, so here the king is better placed because he's not getting checked, so you can kind of go for that.
And also there is no Queen C5 as Rook on F2 is protected.
Okay, and basically you make a draw because this pawn hangs in the end. I guess that's the idea.
Yeah,
like,
but
like something like that. I mean, Black is up a pawn for this move, but okay, then White captures it back.
Yeah, but let's have a look at Queen H5 check then.
Right, so Queen H5 check.
Oh no, King G2, Knight F4 check,
yes,
sorry.
Knight F4.
Yeah. Okay, so you're supposed to go to H file here.
H file, although, so it's funny, I mean, like you go there, we actually kind of talked about that at some point, and then you just lose. We talked about this position.
Yeah.
Because the threats, the king is actually really bad here.
Yeah, it's actually -6, okay.
So White has to tread carefully.
Yeah.
That means going, I don't know, to H2, and that means there's possible checks here.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I have to say that, like, if you're in Ding's shoes, this is actually a pretty tough moment because you feel like this is really interesting.
Sure.
It's certainly playable.
Sure.
And yet it turns out, like, okay, at least White's not, like, completely losing, so Nepo, in a way, is getting a little bit, I don't know, I would say some good luck here. That this position is holdable, no?
No, I mean, I don't think he missed Knight F4. I mean, Knight F4 is quite a thematic idea.
I don't mean he's missing it, but like still the fact that it's like somehow working out is it feels like, a little bit lucky because things could easily not be holdable, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and the engine here wants Bishop D6 actually, and the craziness continues, right? Yeah.
I mean, it's just, well, at this point it's like impossible to judge this stuff, right? How do you go for this?
I don't know. You ask yourself what you feel like. I mean, I would feel like black is certainly okay. And once again, my thinking process would be basically if I have a clear way to an advantage. Yeah. If I don't play knight f4. And the problem is that actually, like most probably you do, right? Like every reasonable move, like queen g5. Mm-hmm. Rook b8 that we should tweet about is actually the engine's top move, as we can see.
But yeah, and it's nice and simple, right? Because I guess you're just basically making your final piece better, protecting this bishop, and also like later on getting attacks on b2, and you get a free roll.
Yeah, but simple is a bit too strong though. Like rook b8, okay, it looks nice when you're told rook b8 is a great move, but let's say like here, if you're like given, I don't know, five attempts to name the best move, I mean, I'm not sure I get to rook b8 within my, I don't know, first 3 or 4. I mean, you have queen f6, you have queen g5, you have knight f4 first of all, I mean, queen c7. You can only get there if you know that it has to be something a little bit absurd optically.
Really? I don't know. I feel like this move is fairly natural. I'm not going to be shocked if he finds it. I don't think it's an easy decision for him, right? Yeah, because there's a lot of tempting moves. But at the same time, you know, the concept is like here, there's one piece that's not playing, and you've got this like semi-open file where it can do a couple of things, and there's nothing really wrong with it because there's no, I don't know, there's no bishop g3 that you need to worry about for like a million reasons.
Yeah, but I don't think it's that actually. I think the logic behind rook b8, well, what you're saying is perfectly correct, but it's just that now knight f4 is a threat. And white is in a bit of zugzwang. Like bishop takes d5, we are happy to see, and then we open the b file as black.
Yeah, it works out like splendidly.
And then it doesn't look like stupid anymore. And the rest of the moves that white like might wanna play actually run into something. So let's say instead of bishop takes d5, we try queen g2. Yeah, here I think we just give up, right? I mean, with this b pawn.
Yeah. Okay, right here. Let me just. Here we go.
Yeah.
Queen d2.
Yeah. I mean, I suspect strongly at least one of the issues could be bishop b4. Not necessarily. I mean, you can also play it some quiet way. But bishop b4 is, I don't know. Like, do you play queen c1 here or what? Like, otherwise, black has knight f4. And let's say here it could be that you'll never be in time with queen takes c4. Like some queen f6, and maybe queen takes c4 just loses to knight f4 again or something like that. And my point is that to play rook b8, well, there is...
You're saying like queen f6 here.
Yeah, maybe. No, I'm saying in general, I mean, of course, the idea of rook b8 is based on like a very healthy positional concept. But it requires quite a lot of calculating too. Which, I mean, again, rook b8, yes, the idea is simple, like you're using the b file. But it's that great because the lines work, not...
Yeah, also I would say this move does look very tempting too.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, just because you have a very obvious threat of knight f4 and you're clearing the d8 square for the rook, so... I mean, yeah, this is not the only move just because it's the engine's top move. Like this...
Yeah, queen g5 is, I mean, unlike rook b8, it's actually literally forcing bishop takes d5, it seems. Then you take with the bishop, and given the situation in the match, you're happy. Like, you're going to be torturing the guy, you're clearly better.
I feel like Ding, okay, no, he's still thinking, but I feel like he's getting ready to play his move.
Yeah. Do you actually want it to be knight f4 or not?
Well, okay, that's interesting. I mean, well, if we know that objectively it's equal.
After knight f4.
Right, so what are we saying? Like, we want the chances for this game to end in a draw, so the match continues? Not a bad scenario.
Well, the match will continue anyway, right?
It will, but, you know, I mean, I suppose there's more tension if today's game ends in a draw, and it's left to tomorrow, and then possibly a tiebreak day.
Yeah.
Since I don't have any, you know, I don't have any preference between the players. It's funny, Daniil, because commentators are always kind of accused of bias towards some player or other. And I've seen people say that we're anti-Ding or anti-Nepo. I mean, both ways. It seems like we must be against somebody, when I think really we're actually just for the match and for chess.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I don't think like we have any real, I mean, I personally, I like them both. I would sympathize with both of them if they lost.
Yeah.
And I think both of them have contributed to this match being so entertaining.
Yeah, sure.
So, yeah, we kind of want to get the maximum excitement out of this match to see something really thrilling. I think that's the main thing that we're rooting for.
Yeah. And this is why I'm actually rooting for knight f4. Which seems to be like the stakes will increase then, but white is objectively fine. And then it's kind of fair. Like if Nepo plays well, he's like out of danger.
Yes.
Three or four moves later, and then it's a draw, and we get this exciting last game with even score. And if not, and Ding wins, then I mean at least it's very likely that he will win some flashy game after knight f4. Like it's kind of unlikely that after knight f4 he wins on move like 83.
Yes.
Or something, which is the case with I mean queen g5 or rook b8 or something like that. Like I don't want this compared to knight f4. I don't want this to be some long torture that ends in a draw, at least. But yeah, it is exciting.
Yeah, I mean, certainly this game is developing in a very difficult way for Nepo. I guess like Ding's game was developing in a very difficult way yesterday. I mean, he was also white. He also got a pretty bad middle game. And Nepo also, right from the start. I mean, there was barely a middle game, and he was already worse after this f3 move.
Yeah, indeed.
So it's kind of like a mirror scenario. And yeah, I mean, I would feel a lot of sympathy for Jan if after yesterday's game he just wasn't able to pull himself together and just came out and played a bad game with the white pieces.
Right. There is one difference though, but it's quite an important difference, I would say.
Tell us.
Actually, well, Ding yesterday, like he was on -1. So he kind of had to play.
Yes.
And actually one of the first things he mentioned after the game that, well, bishop c2 was probably a mistake, and objectively, white should have played rook g1. And I mean, he didn't play it as he saw that there is this like repetition that he didn't want to allow, as he was on -1. Unlike him, Jan does not necessarily have to win this game. Moreover, it would be like more than understandable if he tries to be very solid. So I'm pretty sure this like f3, unlike Ding's bishop c2, it was not something ambitious.
It was not like psychology.
Yeah.
It was more like, oh, that's just a chess move.
Yeah, I mean it was. I mean it was just a bad move actually.
Yeah.
I mean it was not meant to like give him a fight or something. I mean he just played some move and it's bad. He didn't play it based on the score or anything like that. So yeah. Still, once again, it's not even close to being funeral. And yeah, I mean, black has many moves, but
yeah,
I mean,
I'll tell you something really funny.
Okay.
I think like a bunch of people at the match here has started like, you know, being on the verge of like calling up the travel agency and booking their tickets to leave earlier as yesterday's game was developing, and it was becoming pretty clear that Jan was going to win and, you know, go to +2. And then they didn't get to do that because, you know, the game ended in a different way. So everyone realized they would have to stay here for longer.
Yeah, but then they were at least lucky not to be in time to book the tickets, right?
Yes, yes, they didn't quite manage to do it. And I mean, I think the game changed like so quickly.
Yeah.
So it gave them time to rethink their plans.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's funny how, you know, just like you see the bad position on the board and you're like, oh, gotta call up the travel agent.
Yeah. This is actually a funny topic, but the position is exciting. I mean, there is this funny topic of people playing the knockout tournament. And Ding played, what is it?
We're gonna see right now. He played rook e5.
Rook e5, okay.
Wow. Okay, so that is not a move that even came to our mind. It's funny because Ding does sometimes surprise us with moves that we don't even consider as our candidate moves.
Yeah.
Let's look at Jan's expressions. Is he surprised by this move or not? Okay, right now he's actually not betraying any emotion, which is at least not his usual emotions, which is a little bit atypical.
Yeah. But Jan, I think, got to the point where he kind of realized that, I I mean, it's quite often that Ding plays some moves that look absurd to him.
He still, I'm sorry, he still couldn't refrain from making some expression. He still looks surprised by that move.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, he kind of realized that, I mean, some of the Ding's moves will be surprising. But at the same time, I mean, this is not the first game or the second game. So he had a lot of time to actually realize it's not necessarily a good sign. Sometimes it's a bad sign, like Ding plays a move that is surprising but actually good. So he's not trying to pretend he's not surprised, but at the same time he's not, I mean, trying to kind of translate the idea of him thinking rook e5 made no sense. He is just, okay, I did not quite expect that, let me figure out what is this about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, let us figure out what this is about, since we feel exactly the same way. Okay, what do you think this move is about? I mean, is he trying to, bring this rook over?
Yeah, probably. I think this move is very much about some calculation too. It's basically, I mean, we know that rook b8 was the best move. Rook b8 was not exactly attacking something, right?
Yeah.
It was just based on the fact that most of the natural moves for white wouldn't work tactically, some queen c2, queen d2 and stuff. Here exactly it feels very natural to me to bring the knight back to e2 or c2 as white. This would somehow be my
I gotta say, like, one thing I was thinking was like, okay, one of my, just the first moves that came to my mind was this move, because I was like always so interested in guarding that square.
Yeah.
But then, you know, it runs into like rook c8 and c3 ideas, so like...
Wow, and Jan plays something quickly.
Yeah, he does play his move quickly. Rook c1, okay, with that, okay, so he...
Oh, this is just insane.
To play that fast.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, I completely agree, because he was surprised by this move, and we still haven't even figured out the points of it.
Yeah.
I mean, and he is answering within like a minute.
Yeah. Well, if I'm to advocate Jan, I'll say that, you know, sometimes you get to the point where your brain does not really work well. And you're smart enough to understand that too. And then you actually realize that, I mean, like at this stage, it kind of gives you better odds to trust your instincts and to play the moves you want to play quickly than to try to justify them tactically, as most probably your calculation abilities are not like at their peak at that moment. So I can kind of get that. He looks at rook e5, he thinks, okay, my intuition is screaming, it makes zero sense. Let's just play rook c1. Whatever, if he goes rook g5, I'll think about it, but most probably rook g5 doesn't work. And let's kind of let Ding to prove it to himself.
I know, but still, you know, I feel like the only thing I would say, like maybe you can play this move, even if you don't want to calculate anything, I get it. I would probably just spend more time trying to understand the opponent's move.
Sure.
It's mysterious enough that you want to take more time to decipher it. By the way,
sure, but then
move,
let's say you don't win this game in French, for instance. You never win it. I mean, sometimes it brings him points.
Right.
And then people don't criticize him, right? So, you know.
Do you think he did the same thing in the French? Well, I mean, yeah, I know he had a time edge there, but I don't remember like a moment where he would just respond to some like mysterious move by Ding like instantly.
No, I think it was a very sharp position. They had like about 20 minutes each. And then he basically started playing quickly and he got outplayed. And Ding plays quickly rook c8. Okay.
I just want to show my little ideas.
Yeah, I must say the nerves are very much there. And yeah, I don't know what to say. It's like honestly surprising to me. I also don't get like what's the point of rook e5 if after rook c1 you go rook c8. That basically means you like didn't have any strat even.
Right. It's weird from all angles.
Yeah.
You know.
So now it's probably even better moment to play something like knight e2. I don't know. I want to play knight e2 so much. I just want to go. I mean, knight c3 or something.
Yeah, you want to
bishop
control
d4.
the square because black might actually want to push the pawn there one day.
Yeah. Also, I mean, I don't want to be checking knight f4 every single move, to be honest.
Yes.
And like from here, I start to feel like I'm quite safe. I have bishop d4 next move. I'm like thankful to the guy who thought rook e5 was a bright idea.
It's good to show gratitude.
Yeah, exactly. And
hey, by the way, you even have sometimes queen d4 ideas. Sometimes, I mean, if you need a tempo on the rook, I don't know if that helps. I mean, I know you have to watch out for bishop c5 later.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, we have a Lichess thematic arena that has started, and it features the position after today's opening move, bishop e3. So if you guys want to join in and practice today's opening position from the match, feel free to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just have a look at...
You want to consult our oracle?
Yeah. Okay. So the position is now pretty much equal. Okay.
I mean, I have to say that rook e5, I mean, it is one of the top 5 strange moves of this match. What do you think?
No.
No?
No, rook e5 you can explain logically.
Really? We didn't even consider, we didn't even mention it. We talked about various moves, and I mean, we didn't come up with this one ourselves, right? So, I don't know.
Yeah, but it's kind of easy to explain it. I mean,
Really?
sometimes you just have too many reasonable moves.
Yeah.
No, it's just, in general, black has like 2 ways of playing this in terms of concepts.
Yeah.
Like, it's either you just develop slowly and you play it positional way, like rook b8, right? You start like attacking this b2 pawn eventually and all that stuff. Or you actually try to checkmate. And then you start with knight f4, which you kind of fail to prove to be good. So you just play something that should potentially like increase your attack in most of the lines.
All right, can I disagree with you?
Yeah.
All right, good. I guess just the reason this move doesn't feel intuitive to me, because you're like breaking the connections of the rooks, right? Which is one of the things you don't do naturally in chess. And I mean, yeah, I feel like, okay, if you wanted to play some move, like, okay, you don't see rook b8, I mean, you might as well go rook c8 and then figure things out, right? It's just like, how do you know that there's not going to be a price to pay for this like awkward move where you're disconnecting the rooks, right?
Yeah, I agree it looks strange. I'm just saying, given how strange the match has been so far, it wouldn't make it to my top 5. But it's because of the match, not...
Oh, you know what we should do? We should actually compile a list of our top 5 strange moves of this match and see how it stacks up to each other.
Yeah?
I think that would be interesting. We can prepare that for tomorrow and share our results with our viewers.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I just gave us like an extra job to do.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not
we have
going
a free
to...
day. We have a free day, actually, tomorrow. So there's time to do this. I don't think it would take long.
Yeah, but the whole definition of like free day kind of means it's free. And Jan actually played exactly the move that I suggested. But the problem is that I checked it briefly. And I must say, I mean, I was about to say when he played something like rook c2, I was about to say this is why it's not me playing the match, as knight e2 is actually a very bad move, and black is like much better / winning now after queen e8. And I was like about to make some joke about myself ruining the positions that just became healthy in one move, but then Jan played exactly the same.
Oh wow, so you're saying the engine did not like this knight e2 move?
Yeah, I mean, I checked it briefly, I think a couple of moves ago. I mean, I just saw that queen 8 was, for some reason, a big problem, which I kind of ignored. I thought, okay, it's not going to happen anyway. And,
wow, so Jan, but I mean, he continues playing quickly, right?
Yeah.
How much did he think over this last move? Like a few minutes?
Yeah. No, I must say, like, all the things he is doing are kind of logical if you really believe black doesn't have any threat. So knight e2 is kind of like intuitively, I get it.
Oh yeah.
So I kind of understand where it's coming from. It's like a very logical move. It's just that you don't calculate at all. You just play backhand, kind of. Like, looks reasonable, okay, let's do that.
Oh yeah, well for me this move is a lot more, let's say, understandable than rook e5, right?
Yeah.
You're trying to cover some very important squares in the position and possibly remaneuver the knight one day, but you're saying that queen e8 here is like a strong answer by black.
Yeah, I mean, not me. The engine was saying that.
Okay. So let's try to understand.
Now that I know it, I can... Yeah, exactly. Now that we know it, we can kind of understand why.
So you're basically lining up to attack these pieces.
Yeah, you're also preparing rook d8. You're roasting some of the lines. It could be important that you're attacking a4 even. So once again, when the move is played, it's kind of easy to come up with an explanation, right? It just looks very useful and multifunctional, kind of.
Yes, I do like queen e8, and the queen even kind of hits that pawn. Who knows, that might be useful one day. The problem is it's very hard to activate this rook, right?
Yeah.
Because you got to always deal with bishop b4s.
Yeah, I guess there are many problems. I mean, some rook takes c4 is in there too. So I suspect strongly after bishop d4, let's say we go bishop d4 actually.
Right now.
Yeah.
Ah, that there's an exchange sack
Yeah,
planned.
yeah, but then let's say takes, rook f3. I mean, it does look promising. At the same time, it does not look like white will necessarily resign the very next move. The scenario actually is very similar to this French, no? Like if he sacrifices an exchange, he could go like all the way again from having like brilliant compensation to just being an exchange down.
Okay, I feel like he's gearing up to play a move right now.
Yeah, but then I think it's quite unlikely that he plays queen e8.
Because you feel like it takes kind of longer to evaluate that.
Yeah, I just don't think, I mean, I'd be surprised to be proven wrong, but I don't feel like you can decide on bishop d4, rook takes c4 that quickly.
I see, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so queen e8, bishop d4. Are there any other moves that black can try here?
Yeah, exactly, unless it's not rook takes c4. That's what I just thought too.
I mean, there's still this weird stuff. It's not looking quite right.
No, to be honest.
You have to kind of deal with that pawn, right?
Yeah. Well, there is also an option of like leaving the rook there, just playing some, I don't know, bishop c5
that looks so terrible.
or even yeah, I thought maybe bishop d6.
Yeah, because I mean here you can certainly trade those bishops, but then you let the queen in.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we just go bishop d6, but it's like far from obvious, I must say.
Bishop d6, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
You really want to sack the exchange. Okay, he's doing something else.
Queen e7.
Queen e7, so similar but different.
Okay.
Right, so he goes for this, which blocks that bishop, which is a little less intuitive, but on the other hand, he protects this bishop.
Yeah. Yeah, I must say it's kind of strange to prefer queen e7 over queen e8, if you do it at all.
And he also blocked this bishop from ever coming to b4.
Yeah. Okay, so what is wrong with bishop d4 now?
Okay.
Well, rook takes e4 is still there if it's good. I don't know how good this is, to be honest. I must admit, like over the board, it would not be obvious to me at all. Let's say rook takes e4, f takes e4, queen takes e4, something like knight g3, then queen g4. I mean, queen takes g2 doesn't work. Where is our compensation exactly? I mean, it could be that we are okay, but why to do it voluntarily then, right? We are okay anyway.
Yeah, I guess my question, so just, I mean, I know we have to calculate this, but like, so is this a threat or is there some sort of knight e3 still possible? In fact,
yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, okay, like if black basically did nothing, is this move just going to win or not?
Well, if you exactly pass,
yeah, if I pass like that,
I guess it, yeah, it has to be good. There is at very least queen d4 just protecting the bishop, and there is also queen d6 trading the queens.
Yeah.
One of the two should work probably. Yeah.
So you are threatening the rook.
Yeah.
Although, do you think that maybe like if they take and we take, can we get some big attack with bishop d6?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we play like this, given what we just had. I don't know. No, it could be that his idea is to play rook g5. This kind of like, I mean, explains why queen e7. So after h4, he wants to have rook h5, and then queen takes h4 will be a threat. But then somehow he starts to lose harmony.
Yes, it reminds me of Nepo's rooks from yesterday, where they got completely disconnected. And
Yeah.
one of them was on the king side, and the other one of them was like behind a pawn on f8.
Yeah, exactly.
And, yeah, I mean, there's a danger in chess in like disconnecting your rooks, right? Because that's a sign of harmony when the rooks are connected.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel like rook g5 like is connected with a very big attack. Does it?
Yeah, at the same time you have to play something actually.
Okay.
I kind of.
If I go there, you still have a square.
Yeah, I kind of become less of a hater actually.
Okay.
I mean, I still don't like this, but I don't hate this anymore.
Mm-hmm. So I got to play a move. Now the problem is I'd love to improve this knight, but he can't move because of knight f4 always.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, but here it's like very hard to figure out. White has like so many reasonable moves.
Rook e1 maybe. The problem is I'm always gonna never gonna be able to move this knight. Maybe.
Yeah, but this position I don't think we need to analyze. Like it would take us a week. Let's say g2, g4 even makes sense there, trying to trap the rook. Like there's a billion of moves. We can just say like intuitively it doesn't feel right to us what black is doing in the lines with rook g5. If we are wrong, we are wrong.
So you feel like bishop d4, it is like one of the critical moves here.
Looks this way, no?
Yep, because the main thing that you can attack in this position is this rook.
Yeah. No, maybe he's planning some sacrifice, like rook d8, I don't know. It's quite a bold way, like.
I was thinking about that because it sort of like prepares a lot of ideas, and basically maybe just take with the queen.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have to probably. And then
I can't even go for this, right?
Yeah, unless you can. I was actually hoping for it too, but you probably can, right?
Because you're gonna have rook d1, or what?
After bishop c5, I think you have rook takes c4, which is unlucky.
C4. Hitting that bishop.
This line probably goes on, actually. Maybe you just go bishop, I don't know, a7. But somehow that's a bit... Yeah, even king h1. I don't think we're trying to win necessarily.
Yeah, the problem with moving the rook from c8 is that there is no longer this bishop c5 in case of queen d4. There could be something else for black, but
like queen g5.
All right, Nepo is making his move.
I think it's queen d4.
Queen d4. Wow.
Okay.
So we're not doing a great job of predicting their moves in this part.
Yeah. But the good news is, I mean, I don't know if it's good news, but yeah, I wanted to say it's good news that they're not playing too well either.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I know. So queen d4. You're not actually attacking anything, I guess, except this pawn.
Yeah.
And this bishop is fortunately not able to come out here. Okay, so queen d4, I kind of get it.
Yeah, this kind of explains why queen a8, not queen a7, right? Bishop c5 would have been there.
Yeah, so the detail is that on this move, if you tried the exact same thing, there is bishop c5 and also some kind of f5 ideas.
Yeah, but at the same time with the queen on a8, it just looks insane. I mean, it's kind of clear that bishop c5 is very important. Or so some bishop g3, bishop c5 will be there, for instance.
Right, so yeah, I mean, basically
so
you're saying that like no one would really put their queen here if the queen was on e8.
Yeah, yeah, but let's say queen d4, f5, it probably wins automatically, right? I mean, you want to have bishop g3 here, but it runs into bishop c5.
You don't even have any tricks, I see.
Yeah, and bishop takes d5, rook takes d5, I think it's just bad, probably.
Because your knight is hanging and you can't protect him.
Yeah, we would have to try some queen b6 or queen a7, but yeah, not gonna work probably.
Yeah, this is not gonna work out well. All right, but Ding played queen e7, which did give Nepo this queen centralization.
Yeah.
How are the players doing on time? Today, they're not really in any danger on the clock because they've made a lot of moves and they still have a lot of time.
Yeah. Actually, must say, if we don't know the story, like behind this position, it looks to me that white is just better. I mean, we're attacking c4. I don't see any real you know, attack going on. Like it's either f5 works here somehow, or we are just asking as white. So basically,
Oh, f5. There's bishop g3, right? That's the point.
yeah. Well, you probably have to do that anyway, but
Well, let's take a look at that.
yeah.
f5. It's a very aggressive, critical move.
Yeah, and then let's say bishop g3, f takes e4. I mean, you probably have to do it, but
So you're
yeah.
taking the bishop. You're like losing this rook. I have to say, not obvious to me at all. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, if you're black, you don't just do this easily, do you?
I mean, yeah, especially given what you had like a couple of moves ago.
Yeah.
No, you can't believe it. Like you have moves like queen s6 preparing bishop c5, let's say. Maybe you take on f3 first, I don't know. You can't believe you are okay. Also, maybe knight b4 was interesting, by the way.
Right here.
Yeah,
Right here.
could be, unless it wasn't.
What do you want?
I don't know, some knight d3, maybe. Rook takes c4 might be a problem. But then probably I have rook
But you know, the
d8.
thing about this is it's pretty obvious that from black's point of view, it's a complete mess. And it's not that clear like how good it is, right, for black in this line?
No.
Because, and so yeah, compared to what he had a few moves ago, this is certainly an unfavorable
Yeah.
scenario for black.
Yeah. No, but we just have to relax and fasten our seatbelts. Like it's going to be a roller coaster game again, and you know, the pressure is probably a bit too strong to handle there, and yeah, the way they're playing, basically anything could happen.
Yeah, I do feel maybe this is the first, well, it's not the first game, but certainly in these last few games, you feel them affected by the situation where like their world championship dreams are hanging on just a couple of games.
Yeah, I
mean,
agree.
They're playing a bit faster, probably
Exactly.
calculating less.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, given how sharp the position is, this was just insane.
Yeah, well, guys, at this point, while Ding ponders his next move, we're gonna go on our break for a few minutes. And stay with us, guys, because this game is going to be exciting.
It is such an honor to have you here for the ceremonial move. You made the first move here. In a few days, we're going to have new world champion in chess. Can you please describe all these emotions and the atmosphere at the table that you just witnessed?
Assalamu alaikum, dear ladies and gentlemen. For me, great honor to be here, and I'm so excited. I don't know how to say about my feeling. Lot of thanks for all persons who did this incredible, how to say, competition. Yeah, you're welcome to Kazakhstan.
One last question, please. We've heard that you play chess also. Can you please tell us what is your chess background?
My chess background, I don't know how to say, really. I'm not a professional player. I just, when I play with, for example, with my grandparents, I just enjoy it. I'm not professional.
Hello everyone, welcome in Astana. This is the playing venue of the FIDE World Championship match 2023. I'm Katie, and in this video I'm going to take you to the players area as well as spectators area. Follow me. This is the playing venue. Two champions will fight for the title. And also we have here the spectators area where everyone can follow the game here.
In the first round, Jan takes white pieces and he will move the first. Ding will take black pieces. Also, the chair that Jan Nepomniachtchi chose is the similar design from the World Championship match from Spassky and Fischer in Reykjavik. Ding Liren chose because he thinks this is the most comfortable for him. Compared to the previous World Championship matches, here the players will have more space during the game. And in the end of the video, I am going to take you in the most secretive place of the whole venue. This is the players' lounge, when during the game, each of the players can come and rest. They'll have drinks and also snacks on the side, as well chess game on the screen. For the first time in the World Championship match history, the players will be observed by the cameras. We are inviting you to join our expert commentary every day at 3 p.m. local time.
Hey guys, we're back with our 13th game coverage of the 2023 World Championship. And in the last 6 moves, it has really heated up, Daniil. as it looked like white was having a bad position, then black made some inaccuracies, and now it's getting just really sharp on the board.
Yeah, let's go through what happened quickly. So f3 was the first mistake of the game. Through, I think, knight f5 was more or less okay. So after f3, bishop f8 followed by d5, black is much better. And Ding played d5, e takes d5, knight takes d5. And Jan reacted with bishop e4, which we thought is very natural. And this was quite a crossroad for black, where he had many options. We were talking about knight f4, which was a very fancy way to play this. But it seems that, I mean, despite black having very strong initiative, white is okay with the best play. There were also moves like the subtle rook b8, and like what's more natural to me, queen g5, that would give black a very big advantage. Ding played rook e5 though, which surprised pretty much everybody, I guess. And after rook c1, rook c8, Jan played this natural move knight e2. That seems to be a very big mistake because of queen e8, trying to exploit the pressure over e-file. And yeah, there is this idea of rook to d8 in some of the lines. Ding played queen e7 instead, which I still have like problems trying to explain that. How can you prefer this to queen 8? Anyway, queen e7, queen d4 happened. Ding played f5, which is the best move. And after bishop g3, f takes e4 was the best move. With the lines I was actually ready to show. But he played rook takes e4 instantly. F takes e4, queen takes e4. Yeah, I mean, speaking of this match, I kind of recall this old joke that, yeah, I think it appeared for the first time during one of the matches between Karpov and Kasparov, that the one who plays worse will actually lose the match, which is quite a subtle one, I think.
Yeah, guys, we're going to let you ponder that joke, and let us know in the chat if you have understood what the joke is.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, let's get back to the board where there are no jokes. As black has sacrificed the exchange for a pawn, and now we got to evaluate this position, Daniil. I mean, the game could actually slow down in a way, right, at this point, right? There's a queen trade on the board. White obviously can consider taking the queen.
Yeah.
Knight's hanging.
Yeah, but this is just pure nerves, right? I mean, after bishop g3, f takes c4 was completely normal. But once again, I'm not...
This one, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not...
Giving up the exchange in this way.
Exactly, but I'm not even criticizing the move itself. I'm criticizing the speed. Well,
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
You feel like the players in this game are just like, they're making a lot of very critical decisions too quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, Jan trades queens happily, f takes c4. Now I guess it's kind of safe to say that, well, white now has half a point in his pocket. And he's better. And the question is probably how much. Maybe not much. It's hard to like figure out instantly. The pawn structure is not ideal for black. This pawn on c4 could eventually become weak. At the same time, he has plans with knight b4 followed by knight d3. The pawns could like randomly move somewhere at some point, right? And
can we just mention how dramatically the situation has changed for black in just 6 moves? Like from the moment that he was here and he had so many ways to just a great game and a free edge.
Yeah, exactly.
It's only 6 moves, guys. It hasn't been like 3 hours.
Yeah.
Right? It's not like this is a time scramble before the time control. Like it's been 6 moves, and instead of just having this free roll, I like that word, so I kind of borrowed that one from you.
Sure.
Instead of that, you know, we have a situation where like you've lost, obviously, as black, your whole initiative. You can forget about that. Like, okay, you're down in exchange and you're trying to make a draw.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, going back to this moment. So right here, let's say, well, rook b8 is not the most obvious move in the world. And knight f4, let's say you're worried about blundering something.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, go queen g5, you're threatening knight f4, you're forcing bishop takes d5.
Right.
You take with the bishop, you just enjoy this game till the very end.
And that's the funny thing, that truly it's not a difficult decision to make.
No.
like one of these moves is simple to find, one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of hard to, it's like way harder to miss them all, right? And play something else. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, given the normal standards of the World Championship match, this one is a bit strange. And the quality is sometimes, you know, questionable at least.
All right, but let's talk about that now, the position on the board and Black's chances to survive this position. So they have a bishop and pawn for the rook.
Yeah. Well, with the best defense, I suspect the chances are great. It shouldn't be like much worse. But again, let's say here, just as I looked at those lines, they were not exactly crazy actually. So here there was f takes e4. So now white has two moves, which are bishop takes e5 and queen takes e5.
Do we have a new tweet by Vichy? Maybe our producers can bring that up in the next few moments. But go ahead, Daniil.
Yeah. I think Vichy, like looking at this match at some point, like in the very end of it, he should actually tweet like, I'm back to competitive chess and I will try to
fight for the World Championship title.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I had enough. I had enough of it. If Magnus is not there, I'm back. Yeah, so bishop takes e5, e takes f3, rook takes f3, queen e6. And now bishop c5 is a very annoying threat. And I mean, it seems to be the case that the only way to fight it is rook takes f8. And then we just take and black is okay. And queen takes e5.
All right, so Vichy here says, and Ding goes for positional exchange sacrifice. Black may well have enough compensation, but is he better? I don't think so. Why did Ding go down this road at all? Yeah, that's a big question. Why this road? The whole thing that was chosen, the whole path that was chosen after the 21st move is rather surprising.
Yeah, as one of my friends likes to say, don't look for a sense when there is none. So, yeah.
So I think all these decisions, like everything that happens in these games now, you know, the commentators are just going to say it's just nerves. That's what it is. That's the way everything is explained now.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. We should have created some bot that would be saying that instead of us, and we would just chill. Anyway, so here, after queen takes c5, which is the alternative, black just takes, bishop takes c5, he plays bishop c5 check. Now, so bishop d4 runs into knight f4. This is the only kind of lines that you need to see here, in my opinion.
Okay, can we go a little slower here?
Yes.
So you're showing us that you think black should have sacrificed the exchange in this way, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, it's not that I think I know that it was good.
Sure. You're looking at queen takes e5 now.
Yeah.
Right, and so you go
maybe the way
this version.
Yeah, maybe the way Ding played is also okay. But
some cool tactics here.
Yeah. So bishop d4 is not a problem then. And after something like king h2, we just go knight e3. I mean, even optically, you can see that e takes f3 is coming, the rook is hanging. No obvious square for this rook, actually. Things like rook e1 can even run into knight takes g2. I mean...
More cool tactics.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
But it kind of just feels right.
Yeah, let's just show the viewers. Let's just show that viewers the pretty fork. Yeah, black bishops are doing well.
Yeah, I'm not even sure we take necessarily next move. There is some rook e8 too. Anyways, this was the way to go, it seems. And yeah, Ding played rook takes c4 instead. F takes c4, queen takes c4, takes. So this is the position on the board. No, I kind of agree with Vichy that it's interesting to me that his like point is kind of asking if black is better. I would probably say, I feel like both we think that it has to be more or less equal, but just intuitively I probably take white without much of hesitation. And yeah, Vichy probably thinks that like if anyone has chances, it's black. I don't know.
If anyone has chances, it's black. That's not what he's saying, is it?
Yeah, but he is asking if black is better at all.
Is he better at all?
Yeah, which kind of means he's certainly not worse. So, I mean, that's at least the way I get it. I don't know.
I have a funny story for you that combines Vichy and the words "and just chill."
Okay.
Since those both came up in the last few minutes.
Okay.
Okay, so it was in that interview that Tanya was doing with the players of the Grand Chess Tour, and she asked them who they would take on a deserted island with them. And Vichy's answer, after some thought, was Anish, so that he would turn him on and just sit back and relax.
Okay.
You know, sit back and chill, actually, were his words.
Okay.
Did you get the joke?
Yes.
Okay. I think you guys got to find that video. You'll get it.
Yeah, I think I actually saw it. It's great.
It was hilarious.
Yeah, it's great.
And I really, you know, for example, do you remember Magnus's answer to the question of who he would take to a deserted island?
Probably
out
not.
Out of the players in the Grand Chess Tour?
I don't really remember.
Yeah, it's a kind of memorable, Daniil.
Okay.
The answer was, I would rather go alone.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah. But some people actually chose Magnus as their companion on a deserted island. Levon thought that he would be good at building stuff because he's physically strong.
Okay.
And so they want to put him to work.
Okay.
And Nepo actually chose Magnus too for his Viking roots. So I guess he thought Magnus might have some of those survival skills.
Okay. It's kind of funny that most of the people would choose like either the guy who'd rather go alone or the guy who basically wants to make you work and chill.
Wait, so what's the first one? Choose the guy that does what?
Who'd rather go alone, right?
Like
Magnus.
Yeah. Oh, who'd rather go alone?
Yeah, exactly. So most of the people chose Magnus and Vichy.
There were so many funny things in that interview.
Okay.
That came up. Let me see what else there was. Well, for example, someone asked Ding, you know, who he would, you know, go on a deserted island. Well, he's like, well, you know, it's hard because none of them speak Chinese, right?
Fair
but
enough.
then but that's really funny. And then, for example, who did Naka choose for his dinner companion? He chose Ding.
Okay.
It's hilarious. So they wouldn't be able to talk to each other. I guess he actually, no, maybe it wasn't his dinner. No, it wasn't his dinner companion. It was like the deserted island. He chose Ding for his deserted island companion.
Okay.
So, and he was like, and the answer was because Ding was the most laid back. So I guess Naka basically wants like a very quiet time.
So let's actually speculate about it.
Okay.
So if we kind of make it more global.
Yeah.
So you have to go to this strange island with a chess player. What would your pick be?
Yeah, that's a good one. Well, like, I have some ideas, but I mean, like, you can't make it like my group of friends where I like, you know, tell you all about my best friends in the world, like, you know, all two of them. So
yeah, both of them, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, hold on. You got to make it like, make me choose amongst those top players, okay? So that like people actually know them too.
Okay.
That's okay?
Go ahead.
Okay.
But then I completely understand it if you like end up going alone, just in case. I mean.
Oh yeah, you would understand that answer.
Yeah. Feel free to say this.
Look, I guess I have to. I mean, I keep choosing the same person for like a few different categories that we've been talking about this week. But yeah, I mean, I think I would go with Magnus. I think that very likely he would draw on those survival skills, given what we know of him as a player. And you know, not just because he's like physically strong and capable of catching some fish.
Okay.
I think he's very smart, you know, and he would be able to adapt, and you know, and he would certainly crack some jokes along the way.
Yeah.
So he's got that combination, right, of like the survival mentality, I think, and the sense of humor. And some of the guys there, I think, would be really funny, but you know, when you're starving to death, you know, that sense of humor might not help you.
Yeah, probably. Some Anish, yeah. I don't
you see
think
what I mean?
would,
We'll be talking a lot about catching some fish, but are we going to catch it?
Yeah, exactly.
You see? So, yeah, I think I would go with Magnus.
Fair enough. But you could go
and you can come as our second.
Okay. I don't mind at all.
You could help him catch some fish.
Sounds like great company.
Yeah, I think it would be fun.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll tell you the funniest answer from that video.
Okay.
This one was hilarious, and this is from your frenemy, okay? Your frenemy Vidit. Is it fair to describe him like that? I tried calling him your friend before. You were like, he's not my friend, he always beats me, so.
Yeah, no, he's a nice guy, but he's neither my friend nor enemy.
All right, well, anyway, it sounds funny. So his answer was that he would like to be on a deserted island with Anish. And there's a really good rationale for that, because just seeing Anish would give him some hope and motivation to get off the island.
Okay.
You get it? So that was hilarious.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it was great. We got to do more interviews like that.
Yeah. But I must warn you, if you go there with Magnus and there is no fish, I mean, he might eat you at the end of the day. Yeah? So,
you know, there were comments to that video about like, I would go with that guy because then I could eat him for a month.
Yeah, exactly.
So you think Magnus is that ruthless? You think he could make a meal out of his one and only companion on the desert island?
I mean, you just said he is like an ultimate survivor, right? I mean,
he does have that, but I mean, I would have to try to befriend him.
Yeah, he would probably regret it very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know.
Because it'd be a little bit more lonely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fun thought experiment, I have to say.
Yeah. So meanwhile, Ding played another bad move, as we know. And now Rook d7 is for some reason very good for white. Okay.
Can I tell you one more funny thing from that episode? All right.
Go ahead.
The other funny thing was Anish's answer to who he wants as a dinner companion and why.
Okay.
And his answer was Magnus.
Okay.
Because he wants those awkward silences, and he wants to make Magnus suffer through like sitting through a dinner with him.
Okay.
That he would keep going endlessly, like ordering dessert and tea. Okay. And Magnus would try to leave, and then he'd be like, "Hey, dinner was a few hours ago. Maybe we should go for round 2." Okay. So he had an interesting way of looking at things.
Yeah, it's quite amazing how obsessed he is with Magnus, right? I mean, it's you know. I listened to FIDE's podcast recently, the one with Jordan, and I mean they discussed this like strange little conflict between Jordan and Anish, where like Anish was openly saying he basically wanted Jordan to share stories from Team Magnus, which he refused to do, and well, Anish's point was that basically, like, it's not fair, as clearly Magnus was asking a lot about Anish. And like he learned a lot of information about Anish from Jordan, and so like it's not a fair trade.
You think is that true?
No,
like,
I mean,
does Jordan really know Anish so well? I mean, they're from the Netherlands.
No, I mean, of course Jordan knows Anish very well, but I mean, I was there. I mean, no one cares about Anish in Team Magnus.
You're not like analyzing his tweets as part of your preparation.
Yeah, like it's not that we see it like with with Jordan being the head speaker, and we would ask questions about Anish, and Jordan would like give us answers.
And then you would have follow-up questions.
Yeah, exactly. No, this was not the case. Sorry, Anish, if you're listening to this. Literally, no one cared there. But at least it has to be a relief for him, right? I mean, it's he was worried about it. He said it in the podcast, so now I can assure him Jordan didn't share anything useful about Anish.
And I mean, why would he, right? When Anish is not playing any matches with Magnus, so it wouldn't be like super duper relevant.
Yeah, I like what you're saying. I like it a lot, actually. Keep going.
Because I'm employing some logic here, right, Daniil?
Yeah. Okay, makes sense.
All right.
Okay,
I think we're ready to talk about that rook on the 7th, Daniil. Go ahead.
Well, it attacks the bishop. I mean, I can tell you this much. Well, I suspect bishop c6 is probably the move. And then, well, I had a suspicion that rook d4 could be a problem. And the point is that after bishop c5, there is rook c takes c4, attacking both the bishop and the knight. And then if we take, then after knight takes d4,
a5?
Yeah, a5, maybe bishop e1. At least it looks dangerous.
For black.
Yeah, and it could be just lost. To be honest, I don't see.
Show why in some detail.
Yeah, I don't see an alternative. Basically, bishop takes b4 followed by taking on c6 as a threat. So white basically forces bishop d7 or b7, and then it's ending after.
It looks very bad. It
after
just
a
looks completely
trade,
lost.
yeah, it has to be dead lost. Ding played bishop c5 check instead.
So now bishop f2 runs into e3, I guess, or.
Well, we can at least take and play knight d3
d3.
check. I don't know how good this is, by the way. After king e3, I don't know if we need to celebrate exactly. Maybe we can celebrate as we have bishop c6, and we are safe. We take a4, and I mean, despite having this little bit stupid bishop, black is certainly okay.
Yeah, bishop f2 is not very likely.
Probably not.
Okay, so king h2.
Yeah. So the point, I guess, has to be bishop c6 here. And compared to the previous line, like you cannot play. You basically played king h2 instead of rook c takes c4 here. Jan played some move. It is king h2. So what is the point after bishop c6? It's probably rook c7. I must say I don't like it for black in general. I mean, I know that engine will normally say it's very, very drawish, but in a practical game you kind of need to be very precise. Let's say here maybe the point is that we take, and well, unless I'm going crazy a little, probably I am actually. Yeah, I thought maybe knight d3, rook takes c4, bishop d5, and then I realized that after rook c3, bishop b4, rook c2. Even what I thought is wrong. I thought bishop b3 would trap the rook, but there is actually rook c6. But yeah, one more problem is that you can start with rook c2 here, so white rook will escape anyway. Okay. Yeah, I must say, I mean, I can't fight this déjà vu from the game in French. And yeah.
You're feeling like things could go quite wrong for Ding, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, he has like 36 minutes for 10 moves, which is quite a lot, but those moves are not, I think, easy to make. And also, I mean, slowly but surely, I think we get closer to the point where white is not risking anything. And this is the kind of scenario that Jan, I think, excels at. Okay, so bishop c6, I guess, was played.
Yeah, the players are spending kind of a lot of time away from their boards today, and it's partially probably because of the nice weather here in Astana. You know, we've had some really dramatic changes in the weather where it's gone from like springtime to snowstorms and wind and just freezing cold. And now, you know, for the last week or so, it's been back to being beautiful and sunny, and they're probably spending some of their time in the outdoor balcony that is next to their rest area.
Sure. By the way, look at it. I mean, Jan was like lost, probably completely lost. But at the end of the day, once again, Zrui Lopez, same with Carlsbad, right? I mean, Ding was lost. But at the end of the day, like, just don't do this. I mean, it just doesn't work. I mean, you play this opening, you're like in trouble every single game. Even if you're winning, you're losing at the end. I mean, play something else, right? I mean, don't be this stubborn.
That's a famous song. That's a famous chess song by, is it the band called the Bishops? Even when you win, you lose. Did you know that you were saying that?
Yes.
You knew that?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, so basically, do we have rook c7 on the board? We do. And yeah, I think normally when you're like up in exchange, you're happy to trade a pair of rooks, right? Just to get them off the board and just have black's minor pieces without a rook to work with. Is that right?
Yeah. I think moreover, in general, when you're up in exchange, you're actually happy with most of the trades normally. I mean, unless you allow your opponent to like queen the pawn or something. I guess, let's say, white is happy to trade the bishop. For the bishop, white is happy to... Well, trading the knights could be double-edged, but shouldn't be too bad either.
Yeah.
Okay, so
he took.
Yeah, which he had to do.
I mean, my intuitive feeling about just what we're seeing in this game from how both players have played is that somehow it should end in a draw. Like, I don't know how it's going to happen, but I feel like that would be a logical result based on what we've seen so far.
Yeah. No, I think given the odds in chess in general, it's not a bad idea to bet on a draw. But speaking of this match exactly, I'm not sure. So bishop d5 has to be his point, right? I don't see. I mean, we failed to make knight d3 work, and I basically don't see an alternative. So it has to be
basically this pawn is hanging. That's the problem. Like you don't have time for things like that because losing this pawn is quite painful, and then you just start losing everything. After that, and I mean, like you're just going to lose that pawn next.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go back a little bit, and okay, Jan has recaptured on c7.
Yeah, it has to be bishop d5, otherwise what he's doing makes zero sense.
Yeah, you got to hold this pawn and keep this rook from getting active, and then I guess you hope to get your knight entrenched, right?
Yeah, but then it becomes concrete. Let's say, I don't know, knight c3, what do you play? You probably go knight d3 nevertheless.
Nice, and I think he did that,
Bishop d5 played, okay.
Knight d3.
Yeah.
So if you take my bishop, I take your rook, that works for black.
Yeah. It has to be said that in some of the lines, even this kind of a trade, let's say if white is in time to activate his king, could be an option. So let's say I take on d5, knight takes c1. Let's imagine my king is already on g3. So let me just play, let's say I go king g3, play some random move, and then I go king f4. It could actually make sense. It's very like important in Zenning to be the first to
activate your king.
Yeah. And this could,
So right now though, okay, the rook's under attack, so is the pawn. How is white gonna guard everything?
Well, right now they have the position after bishop d5. Knight c3 is our fantasy, but it's kind of reasonable fantasy.
I think it's very reasonable, this move?
Yeah, well, knight f4 exists.
But you want to hit these pawns. But yeah, I mean, knight f4, I don't know. First of all, I'm not sure I love this knight there. Secondly, this bishop seems to have a decent retreat. You don't have to worry about this pawn as much.
Yeah,
and then there's even knight d3.
Knight d3 is also legal. I don't know if you want to play it, but
yeah. So I mean, I do feel like this is very likely in this position. Okay.
Yeah.
At least this bishop can't move back. I mean, that's the point.
Yeah, I don't think this bishop can move at all. As after something like, let's say, bishop c6, I suspect strongly knight takes c4 exists.
Ah, okay. So
anyway,
and you know, this is quite evil of you trying to attack 3 pieces at once.
Yeah. Well, one of them is protected, but it's not going to help much.
Yeah, these 2 guys, there's no check, there's no way out.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So this makes knight d3 literally the only move available, right?
Okay. So now we want to figure out where this rook is going to go. Rook c2?
Yeah, probably. That's what I thought of. Let's say rook c2, bishop c6. I guess we have to slow down a little. Yeah, and then it's a strange position. So let's say, yeah, exactly. Let's say, I don't know, I go rook e2. I don't know if I need to. You go e3. And then, like, it's kind of hard for white to activate his king, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can say at least in this position, these 3 minor pieces and the pawn on e3 are making quite a decent impression.
Yeah, it's quite concrete again. I mean, after knight d1, you need to have this knight c1 or something, let's say. But yeah, I agree. Just like optically, it doesn't look, let's say, surprising if it works for black. Some knight c1, why wouldn't it work? You basically have 2 very good bishops. You have the pass pawn. You have a monster knight on d3, and there has to be some justice in life at the end of the day. Yeah.
And the pawn gets to have her day in the sun.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the possible trajectory of this game, guys.
Yeah.
So basically, okay, what else can white do then other than knight c3? Knight d3 is coming.
Well, I don't think we can really stop knight d3. It's just about like choosing the setup that yeah, I have a feeling white needs some like really subtle decision to create some problems if there is such a way at all. I don't know. The problem with playing h3 is that like you will not have too many ideas as black normally. So like generally white's plan has to be like first stabilizing somehow, and then he will try to bring his king closer.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, but it's a little tricky because I mean once the knight gets there, you have to constantly look at these checks. It's not exactly clear where your king is going.
Yeah, it's easier said than done, much easier, I agree.
So basically black is really, really relying on this powerful knight coming to d3 and the bishop supporting the pawn.
Well, you're normally relying on most of your pieces.
Yes.
It kind of makes sense.
And when you get down to only a few of them, they matter even more. All right, we do see knight c3 on the board, so we're expecting knight d3 here. So okay, Daniil, you know what happened is that I didn't get to reciprocate the question about like out of those top players in the world, who would you want to be stuck in a desert island with?
Well, I'm not sure.
Think about it.
No, but speaking of the top players, so first, what's like where is the line? Top 20, top 30?
Yeah, like top 20.
Yeah.
You can't like choose like just like your best buddies like that you hang out with every day.
Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Richie would be on my list for sure.
You guys could listen to some rock together.
Yeah. No, I think Richie is reasonable actually. I like his sense of humor too. And yeah, he's just a cool guy in my opinion. Like, I mean, honestly, it's not that I like most of the top players necessarily. But speaking of Richie, I literally like don't have a single like bad thing to mention. It's just decent, and you know, I like everything.
Okay, that's a good pick.
Yeah, Magnus is an obvious pick. I mean, it's reasonable, but everybody.
But you feel like it's less likely that Richie would have you for dinner when things get bad.
What?
He said it's less reasonable that Richie would have you for dinner if things get bad.
No, I think he could have, but I mean, first of all, we'd have a fight, right? I mean, with Anish, like you can guess, like it's Anish on the plate.
You know what? You know, Anish made a very strategic choice, though. He actually knew exactly what the problem might be. He said, you know, on this island, it's either you're the bully or you're going to get bullied.
Okay.
And so that's why he picked Vidit as his companion.
Okay.
It's interesting thinking, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say everyone would follow along that line of logic.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you are going to this island, you're like very likely to face various problems, and the only thing you worry about is like being bullied by
the guy that you're with.
Supposedly your teammate. Yeah, yeah. I mean,
exactly.
Yeah.
I was like looking, who's the strongest partner I can find, you know, to survive this together.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, this is quite something.
Yeah, no, so I'm telling you, this whole interview was so revealing and entertaining, really.
Yeah.
It was great.
Yeah, I think Grishuk I could also take.
You guys, would you get any work done though?
We could, I don't know. He's at least tall, right? I mean,
yes.
if there will be some trees,
yes,
I mean, it could help potentially. Yeah, speaking of Richie and the dinner, like first we would probably have a fight with like unclear outcome. Secondly, let's say even if someone wins, I'm pretty sure we'd have a conversation first, where the winner kind of explains that you know, this was inevitable. So I'm pretty sure like even if you like end up eaten by Richie, you're not really mad, kind of.
Yes.
I mean, you get your explanation and you get your sorry, and I mean, you know, there was just no other way. Yeah, I don't know.
Man, I can keep going with this topic.
I can imagine, yeah.
Sometimes, like, I'm about to tell you about a movie that I recently saw and how it fits into what we're talking about, but I don't know, I feel like, do I need to stop at some point and talk about this endgame?
Yeah, this endgame is actually going exactly the way we expected it to go.
Knight d3 didn't happen. He played bishop c6.
No, he played knight d3, rook c2, bishop c6.
Sorry.
Which is exactly actually what we expected him to play. Now we have this position that we thought is critical, where we kind of said many wise words, but we failed to come up with a real plan for white. So we can actually switch back to island topic.
So talking about that, all right. I watched this I watched this movie and I'm trying to remember the name, which I can't, but I watched it on the airplane, maybe even coming here. And it was like, it was a movie about the Holocaust, and basically it was about a boxer that was forced to fight other concentration camp inmates as a kind of entertainment for the Nazi guards.
Okay.
And the idea is that, you know, at some point he was actually forced to fight like his close friend from the camp.
Okay.
You know, and he didn't want to, but the alternative was that, you know, he would be killed.
Okay.
Right, and when they might both be killed. So he doesn't want to fight. He doesn't want to, you know, pick up his fists to box against this guy.
Okay.
And the guy basically, his friend, you know, is like asking him to do it because he wants to die from his hands.
Okay.
And not from the guards.
Yeah.
And ultimately he does it, but
Okay.
you know, but for his whole life he feels you know, quite guilty about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I see the relation, but I must say.
Did I just make the conversation, the mood in the room a little bit heavier?
Yeah.
I'm pretty good at doing that.
Yeah, I agree. Jan played a5 meanwhile, which is probably a good move. You basically want your knight to go, like, one day to go somewhere, and you don't want to give up the a-pawn. And he's also preparing bishop b6. I don't know, I still like white. And I still think that, I think Jan in general is very good at this kind of positions where he cannot lose. And I mean, he can come up with this like little tricky traps and torture the guy forever. I honestly think this is like what he excels at. Probably his like best chess quality actually. Yeah, a5 is good. In general, I quite like Jan's chances, I must say. I think whenever Jan knows that he's not going to lose, he normally plays very well.
All right, so what is Ding supposed to do? Is it time for this pawn to push?
Well, let's first try to figure out what happens if we play something random. Like which random move we kind of like in general. King of 7? Yeah, king of 7. So what is the difference now? So let's say rook e2. Our plan, I think, used to be e3. And then bishop b6 is a difference. Actually, it could be that we are somewhere between trouble and being dead lost as black.
Because you might just lose this pawn.
Yeah. So after rook e2, we probably had to play knight c1. Yeah, he plays king f7.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep, bringing out the king in the endgame is important. So rook e2.
Yeah.
This is under threat. We
Yeah.
are actually threatening to take it, right?
Yeah, so he probably wants to play knight c1. I mean, I just don't see.
Knight c1.
Yeah. Starts to look unpleasant for real, in my opinion, for black. I don't know.
Rook e1.
Yeah, I was wondering about knight takes c4 too, but that has to be a draw, right? Probably. Quite a simple one.
If you take...
Kind of makes some sense.
Oh, you mean like I just take your rook?
Oh, you actually have bishop g1 check. Wow, this is beautiful. I mean, knight takes c2 doesn't lose, but bishop g1 is beautiful, actually.
You just get into a dead draw.
Yeah.
Like king takes.
You're even pawn up, technically, yeah? You take e4, you take g2.
Yeah, that works out for black.
Yeah. So this is a draw. Okay. So knight takes c4 is not the way to go for white. Then what is? So king f7, rook e2, knight c1.
So rook e1, and then...
Yeah, I guess we go back.
Go back, and I mean, I guess the check is kind of pointless as my king is just getting better, right?
Yeah. Well, at the same time, it's quite a long way for black to promote. It's just that white doesn't have the entry squares for his rook, right? I mean, having some rook f8 after king e6 would be crucial, maybe, but it's not there.
Yeah, and you constantly have to watch out for this pawn as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so king f7, let's try to figure this one out. So the white's main problem, well, okay, it's probably a few of them, but certainly the passivity of this rook. You're not going to be able to win this game without activating that piece.
Well, this rook would be attacking c4 the very next move. Like it's very, I mean, again, it's very much move by move. Let's try bishop b6, right? He played a5 for some reason. Let's try bishop b6. So we clearly don't want to trade as black. I guess, at least. I guess we clearly, I mean, I guess we clearly don't want that, but my guess could be wrong.
So you're thinking that bishop d6?
Yeah, I would, yeah.
Yeah, well, you don't want to take and just give white like some passed pawn that you got to worry about.
Yeah.
You know, why would you do that?
Not for too long, actually, it will just promote.
Yeah, so bishop d6, okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense. You fought the bishop off the diagonal, making it harder for this pawn to move forward. So
yeah, then we somehow continue the same way, right? I don't know, king g1. I don't know, something like king e6 or bishop e5, I don't know. Actually, maybe bishop e5 makes sense.
Bishop e5 to threaten knight b2 ideas?
Yeah. And after knight d1, I guess we have bishop e4, do we? I think we do.
Yeah, white's pieces are getting rather tangled up here.
Well, knight d1 is clearly,
yeah,
you know. So rook e2 is probably the move here.
But rook e2, what is that? Oh, you want to play knight e4.
Yeah.
And then we basically, like, I'll have maybe the c pawn, and you're going to get my e4 pawn.
Yeah, but first of all, this scenario is probably just okay for black. Secondly, you have knight f4 too. I mean, if you're like...
Or knight c1, do I still have that?
Oh yeah, maybe knight c1 is there too. Actually, knight c1 could be even better. But let's say even knight takes b2, let's just have a look at this kind of position. Yeah, and let's say you go... I actually don't know why not to play c3. Looks a bit too optimistic, but might work. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look bad at all, I must say. Like, if we're not blundering the...
c3 pawn?
Yeah, and I don't think we are.
Yeah, I was just looking at that, but I think it doesn't work, right? Because there's, first of all, like knight d1 or even knight a4,
Knight a4, I guess, is very safe, yeah.
You just guard the bishops. And
yeah.
Okay, so far, like, what are we kind of coming to if we want to sum it up? It seems like king f7 is a decent move, right?
Yeah.
And we're managing to hold a balance for black in all these lines.
Yeah. No, it really feels to me that white really needs some subtle decision to keep pressing here. But this is exactly what Jan excels at, in my opinion. Like, once it's risk-free, he can play like unbelievable number of the best moves in a row. And I mean, he won so many games where like it was like almost a draw but not quite, and his opponent would normally be like 1 or 2 moves away.
So let's also kind of make the conclusion that like black, it's quite important not to trade anything, right? And certainly, yeah, I mean, he needs all of these pieces to keep this position together.
Yeah, at least for now. Say when we'll bring the king to e6, I mean, it could be the case that, let's say, at some point you trade the dark squared bishops as black to get the idea. So let's say, I mean, I pass twice, right? I mean, you don't need to pass, that's the problem, but yeah, go here. Let's say at some point playing bishop d6 could become reasonable too, as first of all, you get to play king e5. You could also think about, I mean, marching to the queen side and trying to collect everything there. And it could be that in some of the lines it will make sense. Like, let's say here you probably go rook e2. I don't know, like even king c5. Say if you are not in time with this thing, and here, I mean, I don't know, this pawn, I mean, it looks dangerous.
Yeah, it looks pretty good for black.
Yeah, exactly. So if you are not in time with something like that, then bishop d6 could become an option at some point. But indeed, it feels like, I mean, at least having all these minor pieces on the board, it kind of helps black to prevent white king from getting out of the corner somehow. And in general, it kind of helps black to kind of improve to the maximum, and then he can think what's next. Actually, I must say, it could become kind of anyone's game at some point. Like with the king on e6, for instance, it could be not that bad. Then I mean, some bishop d4 will come. Like it's not that black will necessarily sit and wait in his fortress.
Yeah, I agree. Like I feel like even though, I mean, it seems risk-free for white, but still there are scenarios where even this can go kind of wrong for white. And so, I mean, that's why I wouldn't be shocked if the players found some way to a repetition in the position like this.
Yeah, which we did too, yeah.
Yeah, like knight c1, knight d3, and something like that, jump around with a knight.
Exactly. Also, given the number of events happen, you know, could be not the worst decision in the world for.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
both.
like both players might not be feeling the most confident in how they've played this game.
Yeah.
They probably both have reason to feel like they haven't made the best decisions, and you know how much are they going to risk. But I mean, okay, it's definitely like white's choice, whether he wants to opt for that or not. For now.
Yeah. At the same time, when it's a match, when it's heads up, Jan played rook e2. Okay. I was about to say that like there are no wins like in the heads up match, right? Like it has to be like if it's good for like Jan to make a draw, then probably Ding has to play, and the other way around. Yeah, rook e2 played. Rook e2 is probably just a draw for actually. I mean, it could be that he played it with an idea of
knight c1. I think Ding answered. He played his move or not? Is he still thinking?
I guess he's thinking.
Okay, I thought like he was reaching for a piece. Okay. Okay, so rook e2, e4 is hanging.
How about that actually?
e6.
Kind of looks crazy, but
right. I'm trying to get your idea.
Yeah, but my idea is just king d5, bishop d4.
You want to pick up the b2 pawn.
Yeah, I mean, actually here I don't feel safe at all as white. I mean, it could just become worse for me.
Wow.
You're
basically going to say, hey, that bishop on c7, not great. Okay, he's going for knight c1 though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I mean, okay, king e6 probably loses quickly.
You think so? I mean, your idea was very creative.
I mean, it is creative, but it probably doesn't work. I don't know. I mean, once again, it's a little weird. So this is move 36. You have 30 minutes. I mean, I guess you could invest some time, but he's probably so sure. I mean, clearly, rook e2 is the only move you kind of look at as black, and I mean, after it's played, you basically got what you were thinking about for the last minutes. And then rook c2, knight d3 is,
yeah, I don't know, I really feel like the chances of this repetition happening are quite high.
Could be.
Just also because of the tension in the match and how this game has gone, and it's kind of clear the players are tired and not making the best decisions.
Yeah.
And they might just want to get to that rest day and you know, get themselves together for the final game.
Yeah, but again, I'm saying like it cannot be win-win, right? It shouldn't be this way. I mean, it shouldn't be that like you want to get rest and I want to get rest, but someone has to need this rest more. I mean, it just cannot be.
You don't think so? I mean, you don't think like sometimes it's like it's actually hard to maybe both players just benefit from that, and it's hard to. I mean, how do you know like someone is like needs the rest, you know, 60% versus 40%? I mean, how are they supposed to know that?
Well, they're not. I'm just saying you need to keep this in mind too, that you're not the only one who is tired. And sometimes, I mean, you just have to force yourself to play. I mean, you realize, okay, you're not better, and kind of you're tired too and stuff. But you feel like, okay, this position I can play on. I'm not going to go crazy, but most probably I will not lose it unless I blunder something. And then, I mean, let's try to let the guy go crazy. I mean, we saw so many miracles in this match, and you could basically win like any position, it seems, by just playing 3 or 4 decent moves in a row. So how do you know? Maybe you go king e6 is black. You're like, okay, I'm not worried about knight takes c4 It's not that I'm playing for a win already. I'm just deviating from this knight c1, knight d3 thing. Yeah. Also, yeah, king e6 must have been bad, right?
Well, let's take a look. I mean, the only reason it could be bad is if something happens to this pawn, right?
Yeah, I must say, the more I look at it, the more I kind of like it. I meant it as a joke in the beginning, but now, yeah, in the position after king d5,
yeah,
it's kind of absolutely ideal for black if we are not talking about the material balance. Like
because this bishop is really not being very helpful here.
Yeah, this bishop is bad. The pawn on a6, it's very lucky that it's light square.
And the rook is basically on her own against this construction.
Yeah, our bishop is about to get to d4, which is, I think, by far the best square on the board.
So basically, you're saying that like maybe even black can decline this repetition and be like, hey, I want to gamble in this endgame a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, again, gamble is probably a bit too strong. Like, you don't need to gamble. You just figure out you're not worried about knight takes c4, and then you think, all right, let's let him play something.
All right, he played rook e1.
Yeah.
So look at that. You see, I think it's happening. I really feel it. I just don't think either of these players are in a mood.
And Ding is actually thinking. I mean, imagine he goes king e6. This would be quite something, actually.
So knight d3, rook e2. So they've repeated this like twice, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Should we check it just to see what's going on?
Yes.
So we had rook e2 reached once.
Actually, I don't think.
Reached twice.
Yeah, but this is our line.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
So twice.
So knight c1, like, does not finish the game, right?
No, I think white needs to do that move, right, for it to repeat.
I'm not even sure about that, actually.
Wait, let's try again.
Well, a5 was move 35. So a5.
Yes.
He played king f7.
Yes. Okay.
So
once, twice. I mean, if you do go there, it will be a repetition, right? I mean, the knight's going to have to go back to d3.
Well, I don't think so. I think the repetition happens after knight c1, rook c2, knight d3, rook e2. Like, it started with rook on c2, right?
Yep, it started here.
Yeah. So this position will not happen again, right? He will.
Right.
He goes rook e2, rook e1.
Yeah.
So this is not the position we repeat.
It's this one.
So rook e2, knight. Okay. So this is 1. This is 2. Yeah. So knight c1 will not finish the game, I guess.
All right. So Ding can really think about king e6, I think.
Yeah, but actually, I don't think he really wants to play it. But when you start thinking about it, I must say it's kind of. I mean, it really.
There's something attractive about it.
Yeah, it really becomes tempting to me. Just, I mean, some like bishop d4 next move. Things could. I mean, who knows? I would just feel like strongly that if I can play king e6 and knight takes c4,
yeah, you're
it's
not
a
risking
worry.
anything.
Yeah, I'll have knight c1 the very next move too. It's very likely that I'll be just okay.
I mean,
anyway.
I find that this turn of events, I mean, I do think this is a real possibility, and it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy that like black can suddenly be the one who is putting white under some pressure in this endgame.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where is exactly pressure.
Well, pressure would be like in this situation if you take the pawn, I guess. If you're going to lose b2, then I think there's going to be pressure. Right?
But do we seriously think black is better here? Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like you can be. I mean, you're
you
playing
can be,
without
yeah.
this bishop and the king, and I mean, I don't really see what black is risking. He just wins this pawn and like pushes the pawn up.
Yeah, I guess as white you have to try some rook e8, rook a8 maybe instead.
And you got to go here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is that even, let's say, bishop d4, rook a8, you just protect it. Yeah, I mean, if things will go wrong, you can just. I mean, first of all, I'm not sure. Like, black seems to be queening first, to be honest.
It's funny. Okay, he went for knight c1. He didn't want to give this a try.
Yeah.
Okay. It is fascinating. Yeah, no, I mean, like looking, of course, at Nepo's expression, I think, you know, this is how you usually look when you're like, okay, we're repeating and this game is going to end.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I think this is 3 times that they've had this position.
Yeah, after rook e2 it will be, I guess.
That's it.
Yeah, they agreed. Okay.
Yes. Well, look, it's just a very understandable outcome, I think, you know, just because of the psychological factors. Like, I mean, I get that Ding could have played this move, but it's pretty hard to push yourself from what you've had, right?
No, of course.
Yeah.
No, there's no doubt about it. I mean, he knows he was probably much better. And then, I mean, he finally, he went through some problems too, it feels. And then, okay, you have this draw, and are you really supposed to gamble again? He decided that the answer is no.
Let's take a look, actually. Let's take a look with the engine, how the engine evaluates king e6.
So what was it? Rook e2.
I guess the players have also called the arbiter over to confirm the 3-move repetition, because maybe it happened.
Yeah, king e6 is 0,
right
0,
before move
0.
40. So show us the king e6 though.
0, 0, 0.
Let's look at the critical line with knight takes e4.
Well, let's actually look at something like bishop b6 first. As a, I suspect strongly we'll have to repeat anyway at some point.
King g1, and then pawn's not really going anywhere, so the knight just jumps around from c1 to d3.
Well, you can play bishop e5, actually, the engine says. You can do that. I mean, I don't think we necessarily have a plan as black. White will just sit and wait. But then at least it's a game. This is, exactly what you don't want to do with white.
Yeah, and let me figure out why we can't just take on e4, I guess?
Black will take again and go king d5. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was kind of hoping we could go there after knight takes b2.
King d5.
Yes, but this would be, at least it feels kind of a little dangerous for white, right?
Yeah.
Even though the computer says it's equal and like you can go rook g4, but I mean, of course, when you look at this position as white, you're not exactly very happy.
Yeah, probably not. No, that's what I'm saying. Sorry for interrupting. That's what I'm saying, that, like if you're Ding, of course it's very, very difficult to force yourself to play on. But like, imagine yourself in Jan's shoes. You're like about to repeat, and then you see this king e6 instead. And you really hate to see this when you realize it makes sense. And psychologically you've already committed to finishing the game.
Yeah, and your opponent is showing I don't want to draw, I want to play on. Yeah, so it's definitely psychologically would be putting a lot of pressure on Nepo.
Yeah.
So let's see how this game could actually go after king e6. So like on this move.
Yeah, let's say takes, king d5.
King d5.
Yeah.
Rook e8 is apparently the only move to not give up some sort of advantage, although.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to go for this idea. Now
it's only knight takes b2 actually. Yeah. Why not bishop d4?
d4, there's a check.
You go check first. This is actually smart.
You push the king away from the center, and then you go after this pawn.
Yeah.
And then, even though this looks like a complete mess, somehow I guess white's passed pawn is also going to be dangerous.
Well, it's like a mess where white is probably not risking if black is not winning immediately. We'll probably go rook e6 check.
Yeah, very important that we go check here, and how
rook e2. Yeah. No, rook e2, okay. Rook e2 now we're safe actually. The a pawn will go at some point, and there is no way for black to promote quickly. It's clearly safe for black. It could be okay for white too, but clearly safe for white, sorry.
Rook e8, so we go knight takes b2. And how does white deal with this?
Yeah, but knight takes b2 is actually, something I don't want to play. I see the lines you can see too, but I would be hoping for bishop d4. This one I kind of like intuitively, I'm worried a little.
You're worried for black?
Yeah, I kind of find it hard to believe that I can ever be better here with knight takes b2. Bishop d4 looks like a very good move to me. It could be the case.
So what if I go rook a8? I guess you're just going c3, right? Or, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Probably c3 is an issue. So what exactly am I supposed to do?
Yeah, maybe bishop e5, for instance. Maybe this is why I wanted bishop d4. to bishop
Yeah, bishop d4 anyway.
Yeah.
And then still, you know, of course, it doesn't feel like black is risking anything, right? I mean, the pawn is quite strong, and white has to make precise moves to make a draw.
Yeah, unless rook e6 works, but it probably doesn't, right? You're just in time.
Rook e6, c3, and then I have like knight c4 in the end or something?
Yeah.
So the computer is like, here, rook d8, somehow holds for white. A little tricky to understand. I mean, are we trying to separate the king from the pawn to go rook c8? Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. We're so busy analyzing this position, guys, that we completely miss that the players are set up for the press conference. So yeah, let's enjoy the press conference, guys, and come back in a day for the 14th game of the match, which is going to be so, so important.
Hello, everyone. Welcome at the press conference of the round 13. Today, the game has been ended in a draw, and the current score is 6.5 to 6.5. My first question to Jan, can you please take us through at the moment when Ding played knight to c4? You have captured the knight and then played f3, and Ding responded with d5 and got very nice initiative with that. What were your thoughts at that point? Have you considered something else than capture on c4?
Well, I don't know what to say, so I surely checked like a few different options, but I guess the problem was that in the line takes f3, bishop f8. I wanted to play bishop f4, and then after, let's say d5, e5, knight d7, rook e1, queen c7. Looks like it's very hard to protect this pawn, because if I would protect it, I think I would get a very nice position, but I didn't see it. And also it was, let's say, a plan B, like to play just f3, bishop f8, knight f5, d5, bishop d4, fe4, d4, fe4. But here I wasn't so sure, like if I really have some compensation if it just takes on e4. So it looks very nice, but after knight e4 I didn't see anything like any solution, because queen is coming to g5, so looks also looks quite nice for black. Yeah, so I mean it was quite sad for me, but yeah, I just decided to go to some passive defense, and yeah, I really didn't really like my position, but yeah, I guess this rook e5 perhaps was artificial. I think something like queen c7, rook a8 would work like a charm for black.
Right, and what do you think where your position started to get worse and something was wrong?
Yeah, I guess I mixed up something. Maybe I should include ab5 before d4, but yeah, I should check with check the game later.
Thank you. Ding, how comfortable was for you to play this position when you pushed d5 and you were blitzing out all this move d5, knight d5? What was the evaluation of the position for you?
Well, it's a tense struggle. That at one point the center was occupied by pieces, not by the pawns. Yeah, this d5 break I'm very happy to play, because it's like some kind of Sicilian defense. Then after, if black can successfully play d5, then he has no problem at all. He can also hope for some advantages after that. Yeah, I thought after bishop e4, I was better in this position, but it's not so easy to prove that the clear advantage for black. I want to play for the maximum by rook e5, try to protect the pawn knight with a rook, but it also has some drawbacks with this move.
So basically the idea of rook e5 was to protect the knight.
Yeah, try to take back the knight with a rook.
Have you considered to play, instead of queen to e7, queen to e8 move?
A little bit, because I missed queen d4. It's a very powerful move. Yeah.
Okay. My next question to Jan. When Ding played f5, that really spiced up things. Were you happy to see this move? What was the evaluation after that move? Because you got the exchange.
I mean, you better tell me what was the evaluation. Yeah.
You had better position.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it was a lot. So I had some idea like to play maybe 94 knight g6 or 94 knight e6, but I couldn't see how the things work. And then I'm not so sure. Yes, so I thought like it's very very healthy just to trade away a pair of rooks. But I don't know. I didn't see anything I didn't see how to prevent this knight d3. So in tactical things, everything works for black, it seems. So well, I really wasn't sure. So obviously the play could be improved, but I mean, I'm not sure it was like that much better.
All right, and also in the end game, that the position has been repeated. If this was another game of not the match, not the one of the last rounds, would you continue to play this end game, or anyway the position for you was equal?
But I mean, I didn't see like why am I better. Yeah, so I mean, my rook is passive, and the problem that he always has the counterplay against the b pawn, so he's not obliged to protect on e4. Actually, he could play king e6, let's say, instead of knight c1. I also had this idea, like after knight c1 to play knight e4. Perhaps it's like slightly better, but then bishop g1 check, yeah, just it goes to opposite color bishop endgame. So if not bishop g1, it would be slightly playable for white, because the bishop on b5 would be a little bit bad. Yeah, but I don't know. I just didn't see like why should I be better here, though maybe I actually was, but I think the king is close and like black has very nice setup.
Thank you. And thinking about the last position, the end game, you gave some thought before you repeated the position. What was your evaluation in that end game? And how you made this decision to repeat the position?
Well, I think I have the repetition on hand. I also considering king e6 to play for a win, but I saw knight e4, take, king d5, or rook e8. If I take on b2, he can check on d8, king e4, and check on e8. And maybe it's also perpetual, because if I go king d3, maybe check on d8. Then he can play bishop e5. It's also a draw position, I think. So in the end, I decided just to repeat moves.
Right, I would ask the same question as I asked Jan. If not the match, if not the one of the last rounds, would you continue this endgame, or would you just agree a draw anyway?
I agree to draw anyway, because the position is a draw. It's no way for me, at least for me, to play for win.
All right. Thank you very much. Time for the press. We'll go first, please.
Здравствуйте, Эльмира Мирзоева, телеканал Матч ТВ. Вопрос Яну Непомнящему. Ян, расскажите, пожалуйста, в целом о сегодняшней партии, о том, как складывался дебют, и когда у вас возникло ли ощущение, что что-то идет не так для белых?
Hello, my name is Elmira Mirzoeva. I'm from Match TV channel. The question is to Yan Nepomniachtchi. Please tell us about today's game and how it was going, and are you happy with the opening, and what went wrong, if anything?
Спасибо за вопрос. Возникло ощущение, что что-то идет не так вчера. Вот, так что сегодня оно разве что потихоньку отступало. Ну, думаю, что в дебюте где-то неправильно я сыграл d4, поэтому черные, в принципе, легко уравняли. Вот, ну, дальше была не очень приятная позиция. Ну, мне казалось, что она как бы защитима, но придется пострадать. Но после ладьи e5, мне кажется, у белых, ну так. Мне очень сильно не нравился ферзь c7, ладья d8. Вот, ну, после ладьи e5, не знаю, как-то ход в ход получилось отбиться. А в эндшпиле я, кстати, не знаю, то есть, ну, наверное, какие-то шансы были, но я их не сумел изыскать.
Actually, after yesterday's game, something went wrong. I felt it. And today, this feeling just went down slowly. And then in the opening, after this d4, it went better. And then the blacks, they equaled the position. And after it was played rook e5 and queen d7, and then rook d8. And after that, especially after rook e5, I was able to protect, to defend the position. And in the end game, I couldn't find a way to win. That's why it was drawish. Yeah.
Thank you. Next question, Leoncho.
Leoncho Garcia from El País. My today's question is for Ian. I remember a very famous advice given by very prominent Soviet coaches to their grandmasters many years ago. After a very painful defeat, next day you should look for a quick draw. But on the other hand, today you were white for the last time in this match. I wonder if you had this kind of dilemma before the match, before the game, sorry.
Yeah, obviously I had the dilemma.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have a follow-up or that's okay? And next question from commentary team.
It's a question for Ding. Can you explain your thinking when playing rook e5, like what the idea was and what other moves were you considering there?
Well, my first intention was to play rook b8, but he will take on d5 anyway, and if I take with bishop, he can play queen d2 to protect the pawn, and I didn't see a way to push for the advantage. I also considered something like knight f4 to sacrifice the pieces, but it's I guess it's not enough. So in the end, I decided to go for this. Looks very risky, but I guess it's not that risky. And rook e5.
So you were like trying to double on the e file with the queen, or try to put the rook on g5, or?
No, the rook is stay on e5 to protect the knight.
Okay. And after knight f4, how did you evaluate the position? Like, did you think the attack is not working, or it's equal, or?
Knight f4,
yeah.
To sacrifice the bishop.
Yes.
I just calculate several moves, and it's still on some dark ocean. It's kind of the position, so I didn't go further into it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question from Chessbase India.
Hi, Aditya from Chessbase India. Question to Nepo. Nepo, we are told while learning chess that you should have a poker face while you're playing and not show your expressions even if you are in a bad position. But yesterday you let your emotions on the board, and everybody was watching you going through the pain. But we failed to ask you that what were you actually feeling then? And today when you came back in a match where it's so close, how do you pick yourself up and go for the win?
Thank you for the question. Do know really what to say. Yeah, I mean, wasn't the sweetest moment yesterday, and well, today like I just came and tried to play chess, which obviously was not too brilliant, but yeah, I tried.
That's great. It's a commendable job. It gives a lot of encouragement to a lot of youngsters who go through this every day on the board, but to come back and show yourself up and be positive is a great thing. Great compliments to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question, please.
Каждый чемпион мира хочет оставить после себя наследие. И готов ли, вопрос обоим участникам, готов ли чемпион мира пообещать хотя бы остаться в Астане на пару дней и дать мастер-класс юным нашим спортсменам, которые могли бы это наследие узнать?
The question is, every world champion tries to leave his legacy behind him, and in the same manner, are you ready to stay in Astana for a couple more days and give a masterclass to young chess players?
This is question to Jan, to both players. Oh, okay, yeah.
Вопрос к обоим участникам. The
Okay.
question to Dean and to Jan.
Okay, let's go with Jan first.
Да, вопрос с подвохом, очевидно, да?
Ну почему? Ну, если станете чемпионом мира, готовы ли вы пообещать?
Поживем и видим.
Но это же не ответ.
Почему вы решили, что это не ответ?
Ну хорошо.
Let's translate, please.
My answer is, well, this is a tricky question, first of all, and we will see. Let's see first. That's the answer of Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Fair enough. Ding, what about you?
Well, I have very busy schedule. After the tournament, I have to go to the Grand Chess Tour, so there is no time for the lecture.
Ну, на самом деле у меня очень плотный график после чемпионата мира, и я дальше поеду в Нир Grand Chess Tour, и поэтому у меня нет времени на это. Спасибо.
Right. Thank you. Next question, please.
Ja, Ulrich Stock, Die Zeit, Hamburg, Germany. A question for Ding. Jan, everybody saw his emotions yesterday on the board, but I guess you have had also very strong emotions after the game. Could you describe them, and how did you get along with that?
No, I didn't have too strong emotions after yesterday's win. Well, it's normal. It's average level. Yeah, I saw Ian. He looks very, very upset when he missed the rook e6. Yes, but at that point, I tried to just focus on the position and did not influence by him. Yeah, that's.
But you equalized the match, so this doesn't give any feelings to you?
Yeah, the emotion might occur later, not immediately after the game, but it will appear later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, please. Maria.
Maria Cheskoma, I don't have a question. I just want to say this match is a lecture, and thank you both players for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If press has question, please line up here on this side of the microphone. And now we're ready to hear the tweets from Jesse. So please.
I apologize in advance for today's questions. Jan.
Better not to ask it.
Fair enough. Jan, yesterday, is it correct that you stepped into both rest areas? Did you accidentally step into Ding's, or did you miss him that much during the rest day?
No, I think it's quite. I'd say it's quite comfy when you're like moving around. You can see because of the placement of their lounges. Yeah, you can see their transmission.
Ding, will you and Richard continue working together after this match?
Working together.
Will you and Richard continue
Richard.
working? Yeah.
Working it's another thing, but I think we will, because we will play many tournaments together, so we will spend more time with each other.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Another one for Ding. How do you feel going into the last round with the white pieces? I know you made a note of mentioning the number of white games you've had left.
It's both advantage and also disadvantage. I remember once Topalov, the Topalov Anand match, where Topalov had white pieces in the last game, but he destroyed it. So yeah, I have a rest day to see what to play for the last, or maybe not the last game. Yeah.
Thank you. And my last question is for Jan. I'm only asking this question because of the volume at which it was requested. But are you superstitious in any way when it comes to your outfit choice?
Does it really matter?
I guess not.
So then I'll skip it.
Thanks.
Can I ask the same question in a different
No.
words? Okay. So you just like pink color? We suppose yes. All right, do we have more questions from the audience? No? Okay, I don't have more questions about the pink shirt, so thank you very much. Tomorrow we have a rest day. Thank you.
Having women in chess, that's just an essential part of the chess world being round and harmonic. Women in chess, it is the beauty of the game. So we want to increase the number of the girls, women who go in for chess, who use it or choose it as their profession, as their career path.
Lots of things has to be done, but as an organizer of a top-level event, what we want to do is to have more top-level events also for females. Even though Norway Chess is an event that includes both men and women, in practical terms, it's only men. So what we want to do is to have a women's tournament that actually has the same prize money that we give for Norway Chess, the players that play there.
The top chess players are extreme outliers of the bell curve, and there is simply not enough women in chess to create these extreme outliers. The more numbers of women playing chess and comfortably growing in chess will create these outliers, and we will have the women competing for the biggest title in the world.
I want to wish all girls who is interested to play chess, who likes chess, who is still thinking, is it game for me or not? Yes, it is. It's a game for everyone. You can learn a lot of interesting new things apart of chess, you know, like logical skills, meeting friends, meeting new people, going in different countries. And also, yes, we are all one family again, Suna Sumus. Thank you.
I believe that there should not be any difference between men's and women's chess, because it's sport and should be contested by them equally. But traditionally, men have had and still have more freedom, let's say, to focus only on chess, whereas women have to split their focus for chess and for family or kids' responsibilities. What I clearly know about chess that when I was a kid and I started to play chess, we had many boys in the group. I was the only girl, but I never thought that it's important. We were just playing chess and beating each other every day, trying to improve. So that what was important at that moment. I truly believe that chess is a very fair sport. Girls and boys, men and women, young or adult people just can play together, and what matters is how good you are in chess. Let's say the rules are the same for everybody.
I think in life everything is possible, so yes, sure, it's very possible to have a world champion. And yeah, with these activities and promotion of women in chess so I'm very sure if it's very possible. Estoy segura que es muy posible.
Provide the conditions and the environment so that girls feel secure, so that girls feel encouraged, so that girls feel appreciated, and so that girls can afford going in for chess. And one day, a lady will fight for the crown of the world.